never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal appeals court is giving President Trump the go-ahead to fire the leader of a top watchdog agency. Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel, and he investigates whistleblower reports filed by government employees. While lower courts and a federal judge stopped the termination initially, today an appeals court said Trump could fire Dellinger. The White House is confirming they are holding direct talks with Hamas over the release of U.S. hostages.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Dialogue and talking to people around the world to do what's in the best interest of the American people is something that the president has proven is what he believes is good faith effort to do what's right for the American people.
The Palestinian militant group is designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S. A 6-week ceasefire between Israel and Hamas expired over the weekend. I'm Brian Shook.
House Speaker Mike Johnson's chief of staff is being hit with DUI charges. Hayden Haynes, an aide on Capitol Hill, was arrested last night for drunken driving following President Trump's joint address to Congress. Police say he backed his car into a Capitol vehicle just before midnight. The IRS is preparing to cut as much as half of their workforce.
That's according to multiple reports. It's part of the Trump administration's efforts to cut down on federal workers. The IRS has around 100,000 employees and has not yet finalized the exact number it will let go. The agency will submit its plans to the White House in the coming weeks. IRS workers have been getting laid off since the start of tax season, which the agency says will not affect the processing of tax returns. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 485 points. The S&P 500 rose by 64 points. The Nasdaq gained 267 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
As the measles outbreaks continue to spread, pediatricians are reviewing CDC guidelines with parents when it comes to vaccinations.
Doctors advise that the first dose of MMR, which includes protection against measles, mumps, and rubella, be given when a child is 12 to 15 months old. That's the same schedule for the MMRV vaccine, which adds varicella, chickenpox protection to the vaccine. A second dose of either vax, according to the CDC, should be given at 4 to 6 years of age to complete the 2-dose series. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The suspect in a fatal shooting at a U.S. Postal Service distribution center in Washington is dead.
The shooting happened Tuesday. Investigators say the suspect and the victim knew each other. Police identified the suspect as a 33-year-old Postal Service employee. They located the man Wednesday in a car that was parked in Seattle. As SWAT members approached the vehicle, the suspect shot and killed himself. Detectives say the incident was isolated between the two individuals. I'm Brad Ford.
U.S. asset management firm BlackRock says they will buy 2 ports at either end of the Panama Canal.
The ports are currently owned by a Chinese firm, Chinese ownership that has angered President Trump. Trump has said repeatedly he wants to take back the canal from Panama, which assumed control from the U.S. in 1999 under a treaty. BlackRock and a group of investors will pay $22.8 billion for the ports. They're also buying controlling interest in dozens of other ports around the world. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Six bells hit the deck. Wait a minute. No, it's the midnight hour. I'm sorry. Crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Are you ready for a brand new day? Oh, well, let's do it. We'll roll into a Thursday. Or we prefer to say Friday Eve. Yeah, we start looking toward the weekend. What do you say? From time zone to time zone, shall we turn the page on the calendar? 6th day of March. So we close out Ash Wednesday. The Lent season is officially underway. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hey, where did my 55 degrees go? We were 55, 56 degrees when we closed things out here on a Wednesday morning at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. That's gone. I got the winter weather attire back out again. Had to go get another sweatshirt. All right, feels like the teens out there with the winds blowing. Actual temperature right about, maybe a tick or two above the freezing mark. But yeah, feels a lot colder than that. Now we look at our travelers' weather. It's been a very topsy-turvy, tumultuous week, to say the least, with our cross-country storm. What's left of the big storm still bringing some rain, although the parts of the eastern seaboard. Now it looks like everything from Maryland and Virginia southward, the rain is off the coast. But what you have now is the wraparound. You may have a few snow showers, a few flakes. It's not going to be enough to mount to any winter weather advisories, but we do see some of those pockets of snow showers in central and southern Ohio, from Columbus actually on down to about Charleston, West Virginia. Yes, some of those bridges and overpasses may get slick. The rains, of course, now through central and eastern Pennsylvania, from, say, just north of New York City, some heavy rains between there, Boston, and Albany, New York. The one band of showers extending through central New York, and again, right down through central Pennsylvania. But the cold air wrapping around. Some of the snow showers are getting a little bit of lake enhancement. They're in north central Indiana. Some scattered snow showers I'm seeing showing up on the radar, extending all the way down toward maybe the Indianapolis area. Again, it's very, very light, spotty snow shower activity. We even have some snow showers all the way down into eastern Tennessee. Yeah, talk about 24 hours ago, we were talking heavy rains, severe weather, moving through eastern Alabama, western portions of Georgia. The cold air has settled into the deep south. We've got hard freeze warnings all the way down into west central Georgia tonight. Yeah, freeze warnings from Atlanta down to Noonan, Georgia. Of course, on up into northwestern Georgia. Frost advisories through much of central Georgia. Frost advisories tonight. In the freeze warning, temperature's going to drop into the middle 20s in some areas. Deep into the south tonight. I thought we were done with all this old man winter stuff. All right, yeah, so the change of the seasons, up and down we go. The blizzard warnings have expired for the most part, with the exception of the upper peninsula of Michigan. Still blizzard warnings in place there. But 24 hours ago, we had some fairly widespread blizzard warnings. What a mess you were contending with out there early in the day. Wednesday, treacherous travel in several Midwestern states, numerous highway closures. Yeah, those blizzard warnings and winter weather alerts continued in effect through much of the day Wednesday, affecting parts of Missouri, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, as the winds were howling over 60 miles per hour in Kansas City, Missouri. More than 7 inches of snow reported at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, according to the Weather Channel. We had numerous, as I said, road closures. They've had much of the day to work on these, but still with the winds, you've had a lot of snow blowing over those plow roadways. We had more than 80 miles of I-80 in Nebraska shut down this past day. Interstate 90 in southern Minnesota, I-35 and I-80 in Iowa were impacted. Interstate 29 and I-35 in Missouri. Again, numerous state highways were also closed due to the high winds and the slick road conditions. And, of course, with the winds, a lot of folks without power. Evergy, a utility company serving Missouri and Kansas residents, said they had over 175,000 customers without power due to the blizzard. So crews, all available crews, have been out working on power restoration through the day there on Wednesday. Meanwhile, we kind of look back to the west, and just as one storm exits stage right, a new storm is coming together out in the western USA. We have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. Looks like Wyoming, western Colorado, and portions of Utah will be the heart of some of the heaviest accumulating snows with this next system from now till Thursday night. And yet another, a lot of winds to contend with. We have the high wind warnings again tonight through much of New Mexico on over into western portions of Texas. Red flag warnings as well in association with some of those winds. This is our next storm producing snow over the Intermountain West here. It's going to move out and set up a band of snow along a nearly 2,000-mile zone from the Rockies to the Central Appalachians here late this week. Right on the heels of the blizzard conditions over parts of the central U.S. Wednesday night. Between now and Thursday night, some locally heavy snow will fall on portions of the Wasatch, Teton, and Rocky Mountains, generally 6 to 12 inches. AccuWeather forecasters say some of the higher elevations could see 2 feet of snow. While over the Rockies, the storm's going to rely on moisture that carried in from the Pacific. But as the storm continues eastward, the moisture supply is then going to shift from the Gulf. Moisture from the Gulf may be somewhat limited. Nonetheless, heavy snow will still fall on portions of northwest and north central Nebraska. Accumulations taper off further less the further east you get. Accumulations should generally range from maybe a coating to an inch or two as that snow streaks from the Mississippi Valley from Thursday night to Friday. Portions of the Ohio Valley Friday and Friday night, and on into the Central Appalachians Friday night into Saturday. The ground is really warmed up in recent weeks over the central states. And when combined with energy from the springtime sunlight, snow may struggle to accumulate during the midday and afternoon hours, especially on the paved areas and the concrete surfaces that were recently snow-free. Most of the treated roads should just be wet along the way from the high plains. Nonetheless, be prepared for some slippery conditions and reduced visibility at times, with snow along the Interstate 80 corridor through the central states along with I-79, 81, and 99 near the Central Appalachians. Could see some flight delays due to de-icing operations where the snow is falling at some of the airport hubs. Looking ahead from late Friday night to Saturday morning, a few flurries may reach as far east as parts of the New York City to Boston and Philadelphia metro areas. Mainly the northern and western suburbs, not really anticipating any accumulation there. Coming up for the weekend ahead, a secondary band of snow or maybe patches of snow will develop over the upper Midwest to the eastern Great Lakes. Accumulations will be light and kind of sporadic as well. As the weekend progresses, looks like finally some warmer air from the south is going to begin pushing northward over the central states at first, and then moving on to the northeast by next week. It's been that up and down we go. You get a teaser of spring, then back to old man winter, and a lather, rinse, and repeat, right? So going back, Tuesday into Wednesday, March came in like a lion for sure over the southern states with severe thunderstorms roaring from Texas and Oklahoma across the Gulf Coast. At least 13 tornadoes have indeed now been confirmed including 7 in Oklahoma, 4 in Louisiana, 2 in Texas. One of those twisters in Irving, Texas, barreled into an apartment complex, leading to a partial building collapse. Fortunately, no injuries reported. All the tornadoes we saw here in recent days were given preliminary ratings of EF0 or EF1. Relatively small spin-up tornadoes. 3 fatalities reported in Mississippi in connection with the storms, according to WAPT out of Jackson, Mississippi. Strong winds were the primary danger, which contributed to nearly 500,000 power outages across that region on Tuesday afternoon. Some of the outages were related to the winds, actually in the wake of the thunderstorms that roared through. Strong winds during a storm knocked a truck on its side in Garden City, Kansas. Those winds also causing power outages, down trees. Outages were down to about 200,000 by early Wednesday afternoon, but were spread across more states after the damaging storms across the southeast and the mid-Atlantic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Revelers partaking in Mardi Gras festivities changed their plans at the last minute, with the 2 biggest parades in New Orleans starting earlier than normal due to the risk of the weather that was impending through the afternoon and evening there. 2 other parades were postponed to Sunday due to the weather. On the afternoon of March 4, there was very little evidence that the people swarming Bourbon Street and the surrounding areas were even aware of severe storms that were approaching the region. Of course, that same storm responsible for the severe weather and the powerful winds across Texas. We had discussed the massive dust storm that swept through Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio. Winds howling at 60 miles per hour and visibility reduced to 1 to 2 miles in some cases. So again, it's been an active week, and looks like, for some of us, the action continues as we head into a Thursday. All right, we'll get to who we got checking in here. Philly Dan, Out of the Box, and so many others. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, who we got there? There he is, Philly Dan. Good morning from Philly. He said, Steve, I was at the mall yesterday, walked into the bookstore. I asked if they had Trump's new book on how to deport illegal immigrants. The clerk said, get the hell out of here and don't come back. And I said, yeah, that's the one. Do you have that in paperback? Yeah, there you go. Philly Day. That's a good one. Get the hell out of here. Don't come back. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the eve of Friday. God works in mysterious ways. And I'm beginning to think Trump's stolen election in 2020 was a blessing in disguise. We've got 33 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Kind of a hint of rain, winds still kicking. But a sincere thank you to all the American truck drivers out there listening to the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secrets and your host, Mr. Steve Summers, for making sure the American people have the goods in our homes to survive and make our lives more comfortable. Without you all, we have nothing. All right, time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever heat up that cup of joe and dial it up at 844-844-3388. Crank up the volume. Let's get the party started. Yeah, he is so correct. Thank you to the truck drivers. Can't say that enough. All right, high pressure pumping. Let's roll. There's Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 58 degrees. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Hello to Neil, who says, good morning, Steve. Good morning, all. The boss man checking in from Eastern Illinois. Headed back to Atlanta tonight. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Tapeworm, good morning. Got the truck all fixed up and running. Time to get back on the road. Crane parts to Evansville, Indiana. Then a load of shingles down to Tampa, Florida. All right, you'll be getting some miles in there, Tapeworm. Hello, Double Trucker, 35 in Lodi, some light snow. When I left the yard in western New York, it was almost 60 degrees. Boo. All right, waiting for my meat guy. So I'm going to take a nap, and I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. So that's, all right, we said hi to Marianne. We got two different Marianne and Marion. Okay, Marion Freeland from Southwest Ohio. Good to have you with us. Good afternoon. That's Larry Hammerdown. Be safe. Hanging in at 50 degrees in Kingston, New York. Round number 2 to Schenectady. Got some rain and some fog here in the Northeast. Happy Thirsty Thursday, says Roy. Dirty Harry. Gooder morning, Steve. Just want to say what the Democrats did Monday was the lowest form of pond scum with the vote on the floor of the Senate. Then Tuesday comes, and when you think they can't get any scumpier, they say, hold my beer. Don't even acknowledge a 13-year-old cancer survivor. Yeah, well, enough of that. I had to try to sell me a coffin. That's the last thing I need. I gotta go now. Okay. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Got an Evansville, Owensboro pedal to keep me busy tonight. Kind of a messy night for sure. Wind with some snow showers in the mix. 33 degrees, rolling I-75 near Florence, Kentucky. All right, so indeed some of those snow showers in and out there. Buckeye Boy checking in from Lee's Summit, Missouri, 30 degrees. Of course, with this wind, it feels colder than when we were actually out in Wyoming last week. Got about an inch of rain from the storm that rolled through. A lot of leaves and small limbs laying around from all that wind. I'll deliver later today about 2 o'clock Central. About 20 miles away, come back to the hotel, chill till I pick up on Friday. Everybody's still talking about President Trump's speech and how bad the Democrats disgraced themselves. As the previous poster, Dirty Harry said, who doesn't stand up and clap for a 13-year-old young man who's been battling brain cancer? Yeah, they are totally devoid of any sense of decency. Anyway, have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Yes, everyone talking about that this past day. Disgraceful. The other big talk of the day, of course, the tariffs that kicked in on Tuesday. Much discussion. We'll give you the details coming up here. President Trump granting a 1 month exemption on the stiff new tariffs from Mexico and Canada for U.S. automakers. Fears that this trade war could harm U.S. manufacturers. Now, apparently, this past day, President Trump spoke to the leaders of the big three, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. He also said he told the automaker chief executives they should move production to the U.S. from Canada and Mexico, according to the White House press secretary. Trump, in a statement, said, "We spoke with the big three auto dealers. We're going to give a 1 month exemption for any autos coming through the USMCA." That's the redo of the North American Free Trade Agreement that he renegotiated in his first term. Give up more on that coming up here, but lots to cover. Thursday coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal appeals court is giving President Trump the go-ahead to fire the leader of a top watchdog agency. Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel, and he investigates whistleblower reports filed by government employees. While lower courts and a federal judge stopped the termination initially, today an appeals court said Trump could fire Dellinger. The White House is confirming they are holding direct talks with Hamas over the release of U.S. hostages.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Dialogue and talking to people around the world to do what's in the best interest of the American people is something that the president has proven is what he believes is good faith effort to do what's right for the American people.
The Palestinian militant group is designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S. A 6-week ceasefire between Israel and Hamas expired over the weekend. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shai Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shai Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shai Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Well, hello to Hillbilly Tex, who says, happy birthday to me. The big 6-7 today. I feel like $1 million without all the zeros. Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Does that mean you feel like a 1? Happy birthday, Tex. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off I-75. All right, they're in Tennessee. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy, still hanging in there, pretty warm at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Yeah, we're at 52 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Yeah, hang in there. Enjoy that 52. I'm seeing 34 right now. But again, the winds. Hey there, Mike. Wait a minute, that was yesterday. Yeah, Horse Feather is just taking care of business. He's doing something. Hey, Mike. I hear his grabbing. We're multitasking. What the hell? What's going on?
Yeah. Down in the process of unloading the trailer, so we were just didn't want to carry the headset out there. Still got a couple of sprinkles around, but hey, we still got 58 degrees here, so there you go.
That's comfortable.
Yeah. So anyways, so did you see the big news from Times Square? I mean, it's more than huge. It's like gigundous news from Times Square. Did you happen to catch it?
I can't say that I have. Gargantuan news. What's the deal at Times Square?
It's a balloon.
A balloon?
A balloon.
Okay.
It's a 60-foot balloon of Kim Kardashian in a bikini. You remember you used to have them advertisements there about big ass burgers?
Yes.
Well, there's a big ass balloon in Times Square right now in a bikini.
Oh boy. How about that?
I thought that would just make your day, Your Honor.
All right, I did a headline. All right, big buxom balloon version of Kim Kardashian erected in Times Square. That's okay.
Did you say erection?
Erected. Erected, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, oh my. It's supposed to be there for a couple of days. What, why, what, huh? And who what kind of universe are we living in, Your Honor?
What is the purpose? I don't. What is it supposed to be?
It's an advertisement.
Signifying?
It's advertising something that, yes, I'm sure that the Kardashians are capitalizing on unsuspected internet going, just throw their money at the poor people. It's sad, Your Honor. These people that live on the internet, it's just sad. Anyway, what else we got going there? That was a good line there.
That's big. Yeah, the erected. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a big ass balloon, Your Honor. 60 foot of big ass balloon. One of them things. It's like going to a nude beach, Your Honor. Just some things you can't unsee once you've seen it. But anyway, that was a good thing there. Trump's book there. We ain't got it. Get the hell out. Don't come back.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, get the hell out. Don't come back. That's the one.
Get the hell out. Don't come. Yeah, exactly. You got it in paperback?
Yeah.
So anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot of change from yesterday, other than a lot of water and a bunch of wind, and I guess there's more wind to come. But so I got to ask, back in the day, pretty much when I got out on the road here, and I hate to say that I'm getting to be out here too long, but about been out here too long, and we really didn't hear a lot about all these happenings that happened out west. All the blowover tractor trailers, some of the weather-related stuff. We really didn't used to hear about roads being closed down. Now, I'm assuming part of it's got to be the fact that, we weren't just instantaneous 24-hour inundated news, every minute, and with the internet and the way news travels now that, somebody sees something, they snap a picture, and 3 minutes later it's cycled the world.
Yeah.
But it's part of it gotten to be the type of equipment we're running, the size of the equipment we're running. When we used to pull the van trailers that were 40, 42, 43 feet, didn't have the skirts on them, didn't have all the extra wind, the aerodynamics that are good going down the road, but crossways on the road aren't so good.
Right.
Are we seeing more problems with that? Trucks didn't have, all the aerodynamics to them to cut through the wind forward, but be, a wall from the side like they are now.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering if the equipment we had actually traversed the countryside better that way, even though it may not been quite so fuel efficient. But anyway, so there's that to be thrown out there, and see what other people think about driving back in the day, if they remember. The few of us that are left around remember. Maybe like Lauren Weiss could step in there and say something, because I know that he does a lot of that high-speed cross-country trucking there, and
yes,
maybe gets involved in some of that. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, things are just kind of quiet here. Did you see any of the clips there from President Trump's speech? And I was watching the Inside Edition there, because we missed the other news by the time I got up, and I hate watching it, but they were recapping some of that, and of course they cut the sound bites out there. But the one they did play there was, did you hear that President Trump called Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas?
Yes, I got to see that live. He said, "Do you want this war to go on for 5 more years?" And I guess she must have said, "Oh yeah, Pocahontas says she does," and she's actually clapping.
Well, they sound bited that so bad that it was pretty much just him saying Pocahontas and showed her face with a reaction. And I'll tell you what, that was about the funniest thing I've seen on TV in a long time. I said, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm cracking up there at the table, and she's like, "What is up?" I said, "He just called her Pocahontas in the middle of his speech."
He did.
It's like, so Oh my! What things come back to haunt you? You should be. The Democrats should be careful what they say, because if there is one person in this world that has a memory of an elephant, it is President Trump, and he does not forget. And for some reason, in the exact right moment, he can bring things back out. But anyways, so anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got there. So we'll let that go here, and if we come up with something before the loneliest hour, maybe we'll check back at you, or maybe our temperature will change with the wind blowing through. But I'll tell you what, we did have one heck of a monsoon come through, and I don't know, we got at least half an inch, if not pushing more, somewhere in the neighborhood of an inch of rain that came down here in northern Maryland.
Okay.
It came down good and hard for quite a while, so.
But the good news is it was all in the liquid form rather than the white stuff, right? You'll take that any day, I'm sure. All right, 844-844-3388. That is our number. A Thursday coming on here. Hello to Sneakers. Let's see, very windy, 31 degrees, very windy here tonight in southern Illinois. All right, James, looks like Trump is drafting an executive order to abolish the Department of Education. Now, who will bet another activist district court judge will block it? All right, executive order, yes, correct. I mean, they just swore in, what was her name? Linda McMahon, and he pretty much told her straight out, do what you've got to do to work your way out of a job. Do what you can to disassemble the Department of Education as it exists today. But getting back to the big three automakers, in a statement, Trump says, we spoke to the big three auto dealers. We're giving them a 1-month extension. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that the president is open to hearing about additional exemptions, but Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is not willing to lift Canada's retaliatory tariffs if Trump leaves any tariffs on Canada. According to one senior government official, Trudeau's office said both countries will continue to be in contact. Ontario Premier Doug Ford told the Associated Press that the auto sector in the U.S. and Canada would last approximately 10 days before they start shutting down the assembly lines in the U.S. and in Ontario. He said people are going to lose their jobs. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick earlier said there might be some carve-outs coming to the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. But Trump's tariffs have stirred up some bad blood, obviously. Canada suggesting it's going to reject any offer to water down the tariffs. The trade war is not necessarily a brief skirmish, as the White House maintains that even harsher taxes on imports will be coming in April, even as businesses and consumers raise concerns that this could push costs higher, crush economic growth. Nonetheless, the administration is grappling with fallout that could create some serious blowback for Trump's political mandate to lower prices. Now, he has acknowledged his tariffs could cause some financial pain, but has repeatedly said they will lead to more domestic investment and factory work. In a Wednesday interview with Bloomberg Television, Lutnick said Trump's going to update his tariff plans with an afternoon announcement, possibly sparing some sectors, such as autos, from the import taxes. So, indeed, that did unfold later in the day. All right, Lutnick said he would be speaking with Trump about the possible options regarding Canada and Mexico, saying that both countries are working to address the president's concerns about drug trafficking. Of course, Tuesday, Trump put the 25% tariffs on both Canada and Mexico. which almost immediately triggered retaliatory measures by Canada and China, with Mexico saying they plan to announce their response coming up this Sunday. All right. It may be a little bit of an adjustment period, saying farmers would benefit from reciprocal tariffs on countries that have tariffs on U.S. exports. You have to bear with me again. This will be even better ultimately. So a lot of people saying, he's saying, trust me, we'll get this done. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, made it through Hump Day. Thursday coming on. Industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Predatory towing, testimony taking place in the House in the state of Missouri this week. Other headlines coming up right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shine Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
In the state of Missouri, the House Transportation Committee met earlier this week, Tuesday, to discuss legislation that included a bill to address concerns about non-consensual towing. That issue's been a regular topic at that state house and many others in recent years. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the Missouri Trucking Association have been active in the state in pursuit of protecting truck drivers involved in such tows. Representative Dave Griffith of Jefferson City is again behind the pursuit to address non-consensual towing. This year's bill would make the Missouri Department of Transportation responsible for setting procedures for non-consensual towing practices related to removing commercial vehicles from the roads. Griffith said that he's been working on this issue since 2019. He told the panel, I feel like I've come full circle on this bill. But he gave a brief recap of his legislative pursuits through the years to get then Governor Mike Parson's support. Griffith said it's due to stories he's heard from the independent truckers that he has refused to give up. Many of these independent truckers have 1, 2, maybe 3 trucks at the most. If you drive down I-70 or I-44 during, say, an ice storm or a snowstorm, and you see a tractor trailer off in the ditch, every time I see that, I'm thinking dollar signs. It's going to cost that independent trucker or that trucking company anywhere from $35,000 to $100,000 to get that truck out of there. Yeah, one of these mishaps where they go off the road can actually bankrupt them, put them out of business. His bill is House Bill 745 that includes a requirement to establish procedures for a complaint filing and adjudication process. Provisions are included to at least temporarily prohibit towing companies from performing non-consensual tows if they're found to be in violation of the law. Also, the bill would require certain information to be entered on every invoice for a non-consensual tow. One provision that received a lot of the committee's attention would make the state DOT responsible for establishing what they call a Towing and Recovery Review Board. The 7-member board would include one member representing independent owner-operator truck drivers. Griffiths said the board would provide truck drivers with an avenue for possible recourse. The bill will create an avenue for independent truckers and the industry as a whole to dispute the charges. Right now, they don't have that. Now, multiple committee members shared concerns about having the Missouri DOT in charge of the board. Griffiths said he put the agency in the bill because the Missouri Highway Patrol told him they don't want to be in charge. I don't care who manages the board. I just think somebody needs to be there to provide some recourse for the independent truckers to be able to go to when they get a bill that they feel is unfair. Another bill provision would permit the owner or operator of a commercial vehicle to request a specific towing company. Law enforcement would be required to honor the request except under certain conditions. Also, there's a provision to regulate the release of vehicles in fees if the fees are disputed. And lastly, per pound charges for non-consensual tows would be prohibited in the bill as well. Per pound charges. If you're fully loaded, they can really slap you big time. In other industry discussions, we've talked in depth about cargo theft in the trucking sector. Freight Waves this past day highlighting that cargo theft is impacting the railroads as well. Cargo theft in the U.S. Class 1 railroads cost them more than $100 million last year alone, according to the Association of American Railroads, calling for more federal efforts to address the problem and more effective prosecution of those who are arrested. The Association of American Railroads said a recently released fact sheet. Organized criminal groups are increasingly targeting freight moves, with estimates that more than 65,000 such thefts occurred last year. Now, that would be a nearly 40% increase. Railroads also say suspects are increasingly armed, increasing the risk of violence when authorities try to arrest. No more than 1 in 10 theft attempts actually result in an arrest, according to the industry group, and many of those arrested are repeat offenders. One railroad has reported arresting the same individual 17 times. They're calling for moves including increased penalties for those who commit this cargo theft. Efficient and effective prosecution when a theft occurs, and funding for federal prosecutors dedicated to cargo theft. They also called for passage of a bill introduced last year by several representatives that looks to increase coordination between the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to address the supply chain theft problem, which that would be included for the trucking sector as well. That bill died in committee last year, and at least at this point, it does not appear to have been reintroduced as of yet in the current congressional term. But, we know cargo theft, a big, big problem out there. And we're all pretty much paying for it when it's all said and done. All right, well, we'll close out hour number one. I was thinking about Eagle. I was thinking about you this past afternoon. I said, man, I don't think we've heard from Eagle yet this week. Since he made his way down to, we'll find out here coming up. Did he make it to the road course there in Texas and get to enjoy the race over the weekend? And I'm sure he's got plenty to say about the president, his address to Congress, and the pathetic Democrats sitting on their hands all night. Got that coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal appeals court is giving President Trump the go-ahead to fire the leader of a top watchdog agency. Trump has been trying to fire Hampton Dellinger, who leads the Office of Special Counsel, and he investigates whistleblower reports filed by government employees. While lower courts and a federal judge stopped the termination initially, today an appeals court said Trump could fire Dellinger. The White House is confirming they are holding direct talks with Hamas over the release of U.S. hostages.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Dialogue and talking to people around the world to do what's in the best interest of the American people is something that the president has proven is what he believes is good faith effort to do what's right for the American people.
The Palestinian militant group is designated as a terrorist organization by the U.S. A 6-week ceasefire between Israel and Hamas expired over the weekend. I'm Brian Shook.
House Speaker Mike Johnson's chief of staff is being hit with DUI charges. Hayden Haynes, an aide on Capitol Hill, was arrested last night for drunken driving following President Trump's joint address to Congress. Police say he backed his car into a Capitol vehicle just before midnight. The IRS is preparing to cut as much as half of their workforce.
That's according to multiple reports. It's part of the Trump administration's efforts to cut down on federal workers. The IRS has around 100,000 employees and has not yet finalized the exact number it will let go. The agency will submit its plans to the White House in the coming weeks. IRS workers have been getting laid off since the start of tax season, which the agency says will not affect the processing of tax returns. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 485 points. The S&P 500 rose by 64 points. The Nasdaq gained 267 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
As the measles outbreaks continue to spread, pediatricians are reviewing CDC guidelines with parents when it comes to vaccinations.
Doctors advise that the first dose of MMR, which includes protection against measles, mumps, and rubella, be given when a child is 12 to 15 months old. That's the same schedule for the MMRV vaccine, which adds varicella, chickenpox protection to the vaccine. A second dose of either vax, according to the CDC, should be given at 4 to 6 years of age to complete the 2-dose series. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The suspect in a fatal shooting at a U.S. Postal Service distribution center in Washington is dead.
The shooting happened Tuesday. Investigators say the suspect and the victim knew each other. Police identified the suspect as a 33-year-old Postal Service employee. They located the man Wednesday in a car that was parked in Seattle. As SWAT members approached the vehicle, the suspect shot and killed himself. Detectives say the incident was isolated between the two individuals. I'm Brad Ford.
U.S. asset management firm BlackRock says they will buy 2 ports at either end of the Panama Canal.
The ports are currently owned by a Chinese firm, Chinese ownership that has angered President Trump. Trump has said repeatedly he wants to take back the canal from Panama, which assumed control from the U.S. in 1999 under a treaty. BlackRock and a group of investors will pay $22.8 billion for the ports. They're also buying controlling interest in dozens of other ports around the world. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Discussion 24 hours ago was the president's address to a joint session of Congress. Not technically a State of the Union, but very similar. State of the Union will be forthcoming. And of course the fallout, the follow-up. So one person shared a piece here. Dave, I think, is one of our listening friends. He shared a piece from a woman this past day that said, "My biggest takeaway from Trump's address is that the Democrats are completely broken. The optics could not have been worse. Democrats have been relegated to holding signs in the corner and pouting While Trump cleans up the mess they created, they refuse to clap, even for the American citizens that Trump honored. They could not stand for the steel workers, farmers, the mothers of children who had been murdered, or the young man with brain cancer. But they're willing to clap for sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. They showed they're willing to put politics before the American people. This is apparent with their policies, but what we saw, it played out in real time. It also didn't help the Democrats that Trump called them all human traffickers to their faces in front of the entire nation, which is pretty wild. Pretty curious to see if the mainstream media will address that or ignore it. Trump and the Republicans appear to be competent, sane, goal-oriented, professional, and pro-American, while the Dems are incompetent, irrational, directionless, petulant, and anti-American. This past evening, the Democrats proved to the entire world that they're an unserious group of people who are unfit to rule. One of the, of course, highlights on the Democrat side, which undoubtedly it was his full intention to be ejected from the Capitol. And that was none other than Al Green, right? Looks like either today or tomorrow, the House of Representatives will vote on a resolution to censure Representative Al Green of Texas for disrupting the address to the joint session of Congress. This was shortly into his remarks while he was making a point about the size of the victory in November. Green stood up and called out, "You don't have a mandate." Of course, he then refused to sit down as it continued to yell from the House floor. House Speaker Johnson reminded him of the rules of decorum required by members during the address, but when he refused to comply, he instructed the Sergeant of Arms to remove him. Well, yesterday, Representative Dan Newhouse of Washington introduced a resolution to censure Green, whereas the conduct of the representative from Texas disrupted the proceedings of the joint address and was a breach of proper conduct, and whereas after numerous disruptions, the representative from Texas had to be removed from the chamber by the Sergeant at Arms, now therefore be it resolved that Representative Al Green be censured. Now, after the speech, Fox News asked Johnson about Green's conduct, to which he said, "I suspect that there will be a censure resolution brought on the floor to discipline him. Yeah, we have to do that inside the House. We have to maintain decorum." The Hill reported the resolution will be taken up this week. After being escorted off the floor, though, Green spoke to reporters saying, quote, "I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid. We need to raise the cap on Social Security. There's a possibility it's going to be hurt, and we got to protect Medicare." Trump has repeatedly pledged he's not going to cut Medicaid, Social Security, or Medicare. But he did say we will root out the fraud. Now, a reporter asked Green, "Hey, is telling Trump during his speech the best way to get that across to him?" To which he responded, it's the best way to get it across to a person who uses incivility against our civility. Green further defended himself, saying, "I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment that's available to me. I did not say to anyone, 'Don't punish me.' I've said I will accept the punishment. But it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against the president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security." Of course, he also noted he's working on his articles of impeachment against Trump. I think this would be attempt number 4. This same Green introduced 3 separate articles of impeachment against Trump during his first term. All right, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, Al Green. Eagle joins us first time of the week here. How's your week been, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, Steve. If I don't call in or something, I got to be sick or call it raise hell. Yeah, I got sick after I went to the car race on Sunday. Yeah, still don't feel too good. I think I got the flu or something because with the track in Austin it's kind of out in the open. It's up on a hill. It was real windy outside. And in the morning, it started out kind of cool and a jacket on. And then in the afternoon, you started sweating. So I think that's how I got sick from going from a cold to hot. Yeah, when I got home that night, I was sick of the dog with some kind of flu or something. And what'd you say?
I said, wow, that ain't no fun.
Yeah, I still don't feel too good. My stomach is still hurting me right now. But yeah, I just now left the house today. Didn't get too far today because still don't feel that good. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Cause like I said, I definitely wanted to call in on Sunday night, but I was sick of the dog on Sunday. I couldn't do nothing. But yeah, it was a pretty good race. It was a pretty good race on Sunday. The first time I'd ever been to a road course. So yeah, it was a decent performance. I still didn't like the result again. Toyota pulled into victory lane. That's not good. So Chevrolet was second. So we'll see what happens this week. But overall, it was a good race. Considering considering the weather was good and everything. So that's the main thing. It didn't rain or nothing. But yeah, Steve, I want to go all the way back. I want to go all the way back to last Friday because I'm still in shock with what I seen last Friday afternoon in the White House when Donald Trump and good old Ukrainian president showed up, the biggest beggar in the world. I think that's what he does, Steve, is go from country to country with his hands out. He ought to be ashamed of himself. To be honest, I've talked to you about this guy for the last 3 or 4 years. I'm fed up with him. It seems like Donald Trump is fed up with him too. So, by the way, Steve, I heard today that Donald Trump has cut off all military aid to Ukraine.
Yes.
And that's exactly what he should do. Exactly what he should do. And all funding money is cut off. The guy, he had the nerve and the audacity to show up to the White House. I'm not going to talk about the guy's appearance. He do what he want to do. But when we talked about this before, when you show up to the White House, Donald Trump, that's the first thing Trump said to him when he got out of the car. Is that he said, "I see you dressed for the occasion."
Yeah.
Yeah. So Trump wasn't impressed with the way the guy was dressed. You look at the other leaders. I'm just gonna leave it like this, Steve. You look at the other leaders around the world. I don't care if you like Vladimir Putin, the Chinese president, Kim Jong-un, the Mexico, Canada. You can name any country, and every time you see them people on TV, they got on a suit and tie. They look. This guy here looks like some kind of I don't know what the hell he looks like. Some kind of military thug or something, walking around with a black t-shirt, all black outfit on and construction boots on. So that's not the way you go to the White House. That's not the way I would go to the White House. But that being said, he had the nerve to say he was going to make a deal with Donald Trump for the mineral deal, and then at the very last minute he decides he wants to back out of the deal, even after Donald Trump has done all he can for this man, gave him $300 billion military aid. They get the whole deal, and then he had the nerve to back out of the deal, and then he had the nerve to even issue a threat to the United States saying that things, the war, bad things can happen to the U.S. We separated by an ocean right now, but bad things can happen in the U.S. too. He had the audacity to say that in the White House. Didn't even say thank you, just like J.D. Vance said, Steve. This guy here is ungrateful individual. And Donald Trump told him point blank to his face that he knows that if it wasn't for the U.S. aid, this war would have been over long ago. It would have been over in 1 or 2 days, just like Trump said, told him to his face. And he knows that. That's the reason why immediately after he was kicked out of the White House. And by the way, Steve, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody being kicked out of the White House. As far as I know, they said they didn't even allow the guy to eat a meal. They had lunch prepared, and they told him get the hell out of the White House and head on back. And I even heard that I didn't know you could kick somebody out of the country. They even said Trump told him to get the hell out of the country too. And if he did, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And like I said, Steve, he, as far as I'm concerned, he should never be allowed to enter into the White House again. I don't care if he does decide to sign a deal or anything. No, he's no longer welcome in the White House after what he did on Friday afternoon. He embarrassed himself and he embarrassed his country by doing what he's doing. The only country that's really stood up and tried to help them, he turned his back on. And then immediately after he left the U.S., what did he do? He flew right over to Europe begging for money again. So it just goes to show this guy here is nothing but a money shark. And he's going to get money from whoever he can get it from. And his luck is going to run out sooner or later. And I just like to see what the person I wanted to see, Steve, was Vladimir Putin. I would have loved to have a closed circuit TV on Vladimir Putin when he was watching that altercation with Trump. And I would have loved to see the look on his face, Vladimir Putin. I would love to see what he has to say about this situation. Now, let's get to what happened last night, Steve. This guy here, I've talked to you before about him. He's an embarrassment to the state of Texas where I live at, this Al Green guy. He's been a problem before. It's not the first time this guy has been a problem in Washington, D.C. And for him to have the audacity to try to stand up and confront Donald Trump, embarrass Donald Trump last night in front of a national television, he could have picked a better spot. He didn't have to do it that way. He embarrassed himself, and he should have been. They should have replaced it. They did exactly what they should have did, kicked him out. I wish there was some way they could get him out of Congress. And what they really need to do is get him out of Congress to make a statement on this guy, let him know that kind of behavior won't be tolerated, because they wouldn't allow a Republican to do something like that. I wonder what they would have done if Marjorie Taylor would have done something like that to Joe Biden, if she would have stood up and refused to sit down. But I bet you they would have escorted her out of there quickly too with Biden and his people. So I have no sympathy whatsoever for this guy Al Green. Because he took the place of Sheila Jackson Lee, another person from the Houston area where I used to live at. He took her place, and he's just as bad as she is. Even she died, and he took over where she left. Another thief. Just like a lot of them other congressmen up there, that's running their mouth. And here's the sad part about the whole deal, Steve, is that these families were there. These families of people that were killed by illegal aliens. These Democrats had the nerve to boo these individuals, not even stand up for people that have lost family members due to the Democrats' stupidity, and for what they did last night. I don't care how much you hate Donald Trump, Steve. I don't care how much you hate Donald Trump. You still need to respect the families of especially the girl from Houston where I used to live at, the one that got killed. They didn't even respect her when they said they were going to name a park or something after her. That girl died unnecessarily, and the Democrats, they ought to be ashamed of themselves what they did last night. Like I said, it's going to come back and bite them. But the Democratic Party is done, Steve. They have nothing to run on. 4 years from now, there's nobody out there that's even in consideration for the White House. If they think Kamala Harris is going to make a comeback, they sadly mistaken. So Democrats, they can go ahead and cry like babies and make signs up and do whatever they got to do. But like I said, the United States is going forward with or without them. And if they can either get on the bandwagon or get off, I really don't care. But it's just sad that these people can't come together after one unit because, like I said, it is their fault that the country is falling apart. And one other quick note I want to make with you, Steve. Maybe you could check on this. When it comes to these tariffs, I understand that you got another loudmouth up there in Canada, this Ford guy.
Yeah.
I think he's a bunch of hot air. We'll see if he goes through with what he say. He claimed that he gonna turn the power out in some of the northern states, and then I understand. I think I seen a video today where he is taking all alcohol off the shelves in Canada. I want you to check on that and see if he's taking all the alcohol off the shelves in Canada. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, I know. He definitely threatened to cut off the power. What else did he threaten to cut off? Nickel. I think it was nickel, which also nickel is used in manufacturing. As far as removing, I guess, alcohol imported from the U.S., that's maybe possibility. All right, I'll do some double checking on that. One thing, I guess this is adding additional pressure on Zelensky. As we shared last evening, there were some rumors, rumblings of Zelensky possibly signing that mineral deal before the president addressed Congress there on Tuesday evening. It didn't happen, but Zelensky on Tuesday was saying, we're ready to come to the table. We're ready. But as Dan kind of pointed out last evening, that his statements left, as he put it, several outs. Things that he could continue to try to drag this out, extend it out, keep his hand out for more money. To add pressure this past day, the United States has paused intelligence sharing with Ukraine. Now, that's pretty significant. We know undoubtedly that some of these missile attacks that have been launched, especially on Russian targets, Ukraine does not have the intelligence. They don't have the ability to pinpoint and accurately strike these targets. It's our intelligence or other Western intelligence. So let me give you a little bit of what we have. CIA Director John Ratcliffe said this past day, this is piling pressure on Zelensky to cooperate with Trump in convening peace talks with Russia. Now, the suspension, which could cost lives by hurting Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russian missile strikes, following the halt earlier this week to military aid to Kyiv. This is just, Trump is playing hardball with an ally as he pivots to a more conciliatory approach to Moscow. The pressure appears to have worked, with Trump on Tuesday saying he received that letter from Zelensky where he said he's willing to come to the negotiating table now. Ratcliffe says, I think on the military front and the intelligence front, this pause, I think it'll go away. So a temporary pause, just to say, if you want to keep playing hardball like this, we can take this. Oh, and we can take this and see how quickly that impacts you negatively. Now, I said, I think we should work shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine as we have to push back on the aggression that's there, but to put the world in a better place for these peace negotiations to move forward. A source familiar with the situation said the Trump administration, has halted everything, including targeting data that Ukraine has used to strike Russian targets. Second source said the intelligence sharing had only partially been cut, but was unable to give more details. Of course, as we know, earlier this week, they halted military aid after the disastrous Friday meeting there in the White House. All right, so there you go, 844-844-3388. And we'll get started with Plowboy here. What's happening? Happy Friday Eve.
Well, good morning, Steve. Yeah. I don't ever think there is a Friday Eve anymore. But, yeah, Eagle covered most of what I was going to say, but I'm kind of worried about Eagle. I'm being very serious when I say this, Steve. Where was that race at down there in Texas that he went to?
Oh, I'm not. You think he might have the measles? I mean, because some of the measles symptoms starts off like, you think you'd have a cold or the flu.
That's where I was at. Austin and San Antonio ain't that far apart, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that's one of the reasons why I dialed up, because that's the first thing that came to my mind. And I know and he's by our ages, and kind of had me a little bit worried. But that Al Green just got me, because did you see much of that speech last night, or not before last, whatever you want to call it now?
Oh, I mean, I listened pretty much.
All of it?
I listened to the entirety. I had it on one screen here, but I was doing show prep, so I was just kind of clicking back and forth. So I heard 90%. I didn't get to see nearly as much, but I thought it was great.
Right. Oh, yeah. Well, I was really referring to, I mean, Steve, it just, I can't tell you the feeling I felt when I seen that little young man, 13 years old, a cancer survivor, when that CIA,
the Secret Service, hold that thought there, Plowboy. Got to pause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is temporarily pausing sharing intelligence with Ukraine. That's according to National Secretary Advisor Mike Waltz.
We have taken a step back and are pausing and reviewing all aspects of this relationship.
This comes after last week's tense Oval Office between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. The U.S. paused military aid to Ukraine on Monday. Waltz added that talks with his Ukrainian counterparts are going well and says we're going to see some movement in very short order. President Trump's pick to lead the Environmental Protection Agency, Aaron Szabo, made these comments during his confirmation hearing today.
If confirmed, I believe that it's important that we as Americans and we as humans continue to adapt to all changes, including those with respect to climate.
When questioned whether the U.S. needs to reduce carbon emissions to protect the environment, Szabo once again said the country needs to be adapting to all changes. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take take it to Shai Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shai Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shai Diesel has you covered.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hi, we pick back up here as we roll into the early hours of a Thursday. Okay. Turn the page on the calendar, right? Rolling toward the weekend. We left off there. All right, Plowboy. Sorry about that. Had to take care of business, you know.
No problem, Steve. I understand that all thoroughly. But no, I didn't get to see any of it. I just caught excerpts of it on Fox this morning. But when they showed that young man, he got that honorary
Secret Service agent.
Secret Service agent.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Steve, that melted my heart. I mean, it was just like, and the smile on his face, and when he hugged that agent's neck, oh my God, it was just like something unbelievable. And of all the presidents we have ever had, I've never seen anything quite like that one last night. Have you?
No, sir.
I mean, he hit on all aspects of the people in the audience. And for some jackass like Al Green to show his, like that, it just, I can't imagine anybody would have articles of impeachment out for what President Trump's trying to do now. Yes, and he said there is no mandate.
Mm-hmm.
Al Green said it. Am I not reading this right? There is no mandate. Steve, haven't we all basically talked on your show, your dad's show, and anybody else on the other Cincinnati radio station? Have we all not talked about reining in the money throw that the government just keeps throwing out at anything and everything? Am I right or am I wrong?
You're 100% correct. I mean,
that,
we're all familiar with the View and Joy Behar, and she actually got called out on her own. He doesn't have a mandate, and he he explained in detail to her, yes, indeed, he does have a mandate here, Joy. I'm sorry.
And it's just pathetic for somebody. Yes, I realize we've said a few things under our breath aloud, our prior people. We had a judge say the same damn thing when it came to Obama and the Obamacare crap. But it was not as flagrant as Greens was, put it that way.
Yeah.
But something else. You looking at our weather forecast, look like we got another chance of snow for the Kansas City area come Friday night and Saturday morning. The time I got out here last night, it was not really a good place to be at, Taser. We didn't have that much accumulation as far as on the ground, but needless to say, there was a bunch of that slush froze up, and it was a pretty bad area up there in the Kansas City area. But it's all gone now. But there's something else I had, but well, I'll think about it. I might call it back in the loneliest hour.
Not a problem. All right. Well, have a great morning there. It was, I don't know with these commentators and whatnot on ESPN. Only time I tune into ESPN if I'm trying to watch some sort of a sporting event that I want to see the game. And I don't watch all this behind the scenes post game stuff. But Stephen Smith, does that ring a bell? Stephen A. Smith, correcting Joy Behar on her own show as she desperately tried to downplay the electoral victory of President Trump, denying the political realities that the Democrats are facing. Smith joined The View as Behar tried to spin the narrative that Trump's comeback was not actually all that impressive. He's been going around with his cronies touting his so-called landslide and blowout win, but he won the popular vote by 1.5%. Yeah, one of the smallest ever, and he won the general election by less than 50%. So what kind of mandate is that? Smith, who made it clear that he is no fan of Donald Trump, said he warned Joy that dismissing his political ascendance would be a fool's errand for his fellow Democrats. Smith insisted it is a mandate. He says, quote, "Let me be very clear. I'm not a supporter of Trump. I'm a supporter of truths and facts. Here's the facts. The man won every swing state. He increased the voter turnout in his favor from the standpoint of blacks, Latinos, and young voters. Beyond improving his share of those key demographics from 2020, Smith added that 89% of the counties that voted on Election Day shifted to the right. 89%. That is a mandate. Now, we can sit up here and play around if we want to. In 2020, Trump did not win the popular vote. The Republicans had not won the popular vote, if I remember correctly, since 2004. But they did this year. So 20 years after they last won the popular vote, they won the popular vote. They won the electoral college vote. The man won every swing state. And yes, on top of that, 89% of counties shifted right. He said, I don't understand how people can look at that and say there is no mandate. That is a mandate. So I guess Joy didn't probably like being schooled on her own show like that. How dare you? All right, we missed Philip yesterday morning. I don't know, maybe was that a sick day? Didn't feel good? What's going on, Philip?
Yeah, I took off yesterday. I wanted to help my wife. She was sick the night before, and I had to help her at home, and I wanted to stay there, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
But, yeah, I can't comment about The View. You know why, Steve, and I'm not going to. But what do you think about these guys coming back from the space station?
Well, give me an update. I know Starship was supposed to try again last evening. I forgot to even try to check if were they able to, or what do we know?
Well, the Starship's going to be today at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. But the Crew 9, which is going to be Sonny and Butch, are coming back. Crew 10 is taking off the 12th of this month.
Okay.
So they would probably, Butch and Sonny will probably be coming back a day or two right after they get into the space station, because they got to hand everything over to them, and then they'll leave. So probably you thinking maybe 13th or 14th is when they'll be coming back when they get here. I would think if they take off the 12th, they're not going to get up there till close to the 13th. So probably the 14th is probably when they'll come back.
Okay.
I know I saw the press conference the other day, and they were talking about a little of this and that, and it just depends on the handoff from them guys. You know, they've got to hand that station off to the other ones. So after that's all done, then they're on their way back home. So, but saw the interview. Did you get a chance to watch that? I sent you the link to the video.
Now, which interview?
The interview with Butch and Sonny. They had that the day before yesterday. They looked good, you know, for what's going on with them. And I didn't see any of, everybody was talking about how thin and all this other stuff. I mean, Sonny looked like her normal self from what I can see. You can see she's probably tired because, you know, they work a lot when they're up there, and I can see the workload. But as far as her physical look, she looked the same. I don't know. If you get a chance, check that out. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
They did a complete interview. And I know a lot of the reporters have tried to bring up the political type thing, you know, all the stuff that's been said that you know, Biden left them up there and all kinds of accusations and stuff like that. And Butch kind of nipped that in the bud right away and said, no, that ain't going to happen. You know, things happen the way they happen. There ain't nothing we can do about it. We just have to keep on doing what we need to do, and then we'll go home, you know. And he gave some pretty poignant type comments during that whole thing, and I think Rambler would be really impressed with Butch. I knew he was a man of God, but man, he brought it out a little bit more in this interview about his love for Jesus Christ.
Really?
I tell you, he brought it out. Yes, he brought it out a couple different times in his interview, and you know, he said he wouldn't have got through where he was at or what's going on without him. And it was pretty cool in that respect. I didn't know he was a man of faith. You know, we don't know much about astronauts. We know what they are as far as their work and their professionalism, but you know, we don't know too much about their religious backgrounds or what's going on with them in that sense. But it was pretty impressive, and pretty proud of him. I tell you what, to go through what them two folks are going through, I mean, that's a lot of stuff, you know, and they're hanging in there. I mean, they look good. I mean, you could tell that they were tired, you know. Butch, he stayed posed all through the thing. He didn't look changed too much at all. When he started talking, he just let her go. I mean, it was unbelievable. So, but Steve, can you enlighten me about this mineral rights deal that we're going to try to get with Ukraine? How is that going to work?
The deal is that we're supposed to be kind of like in a partnership with Ukraine. We use our technology to help to be able to mine the resources, and it's going to be like a 50-50 split. Yeah, Ukraine gets 50% of whatever they mine, whether it's the lithium or the platinum, whatever, and we get 50%, they get 50%.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's just me, and don't take this the wrong way, but 50% seems quite high. What do you think?
Well, I mean, the idea is to pay back billions of dollars that we've sent to them. Now, some of the reports said it could be worth up to $500 billion, but you gotta wait and see how much of these resources are they actually going to be able to get out of the ground.
Yeah, that it just seemed kind of high to me on that split, 50-50. I mean, I'm not voting for Ukraine's favor, but it just seemed kind of high. I'd be kind of like thinking about it like this. I'd be like us going to Saudi Arabia and say, hey, we want 50%. You know what I mean? I don't think that the Saudis or even Canada, if we went to Canada and said, hey, we want 50%, I don't even think that they would give us that. But, it just seemed kind of high to me.
Well, they're also looking at it, the aspect of, Zelensky, when he sat down Friday, he was trying to push Trump for something.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day...
Heard, care about Ukraine. What is it in our national security interest? Who cares? This would actually be a vested interest in the country, and that sends a message kind of to Vladimir Putin that you don't want to mess with him because the United States, you're kind of poking the United States if you mess with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that, I'm going to sit down. I want to take a look and see what minerals come out of Ukraine. Because I know that the Russians have done a lot of their nuclear program there. So I'm wondering if they get in a lot of uranium and metal like that. And you mentioned lithium. It could be lithium. It could be a lot of different things.
There's a bunch of things. Yep.
If you look at where, go ahead.
I said there are. I shared some of the materials the other night. I'll try to pull that back up for you here. But they're very rich in, what do they call them? Rare earth minerals.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested to sit down and take a look at that because, you talk about uranium, you talk about nickel, you talk about different things that are, that build a lot of things, raw material that use like batteries and all kinds of different things, and even gold. If you look where Ukraine is and Russia, they're up toward the top of the world, and most of the precious minerals in the world are on the top. We never explored the bottom too much, but the top of the world has always had most of the precious metals. Mm-hmm. You look at where all the gold, a big percentage of gold comes from, it comes from Canada. There's a big percentage of uranium that comes from Canada. Big percentages of silver, nickel, lithium, pretty much, you look at where China is. There's a lot of lithium in China. Look where it is. We're at the top of the world. So, it's one of those things you got to pay attention to. I just was wondering about it because it just seems like to me, as far as a business deal, from my aspect, if I was looking at it as a business aspect, 50% is kind of high. But you never know. I don't know the whole particulars of the whole deal. That's why I'm asking you these questions. I hope you don't mind that, Steve.
No, not a problem. I don't know what would the value of having the United States, be kind of have a vested interest in your country? That would be worth a lot.
Absolutely. You gotta. If we had options to get minerals like that, it'd be great. We could increase our production and stuff and make our materials here, make more product here to push us being self-reliant. But we got to get minerals from our own deal too, and that's another story in itself. I ain't got time for that one, because there's a lot of minerals that we're letting go to waste here, and we all know what the reasoning about that is and stuff like that. But I tell you what, Steve, the wind down here tonight has been brutal. They're saying that we've had like 35, 40 mile an hour gusts, but I know it's probably been more than that in some aspects. I know we were getting 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts yesterday with that storm moving through, but that wind has just been crazy down here tonight. And I hope it lets up today, but we'll see. I know we got a fire warning going on right now down here because the conditions will be just right for fires and whatnot. So that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Philip. Have a safe journey on into work. All right. Zelensky, Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky said he's ready to sign the deal. Okay. After the debacle that unfolded last Friday, the mineral deposits at any time in any convenient format was the word. I guess that was Tuesday afternoon. So Philip asked the question, what minerals does Ukraine have? Now, it's always estimates. I mean, however they go out there and they survey things. Kyiv estimates that about 5% of the world's critical raw materials are in Ukraine. Some 19 million tons of proven reserves of graphite, which the Ukrainian Geological Survey State Agency says makes the nation one of the top 5 leading countries for supply of that mineral, graphite. Graphite is used to make batteries for electric vehicles. Ukraine has 7% of Europe's supplies of titanium, a lightweight metal used in the construction of everything from airplanes to power stations. It's also home to a third of all European lithium deposits, the key component in current batteries. Other elements found in Ukraine include beryllium and uranium, which are both crucial for nuclear weapons and reactors. Deposits of copper, lead, zinc, silver, nickel, cobalt, and manganese are also significant. Further, Ukraine has significant deposits of rare earth minerals. These are a group of 17 elements that are used to produce weapons, wind turbines, electronics, and other products vital in the modern world. Some of the mineral deposits, however, have been seized by Russia, according to Ukraine's economy minister. Yeah, some $350 billion worth remain in occupied territories today. So, whatever deal they come up with, that's part of the discussion. Russians not going to give up the territory that they've taken that may hold billions of dollars worth of these rare earths. In 2022, a geopolitical risk consultancy based in Canada conducted an evaluation that established that Russia had occupied 63% of Ukrainian coal mines, as well as half of their manganese, cesium, tantalum, and rare earth deposits. Now, they said such minerals add a strategic and economic dimension in Russia's continued aggression. Keep in mind now, we're going back 3 years ago. By seizing these areas, he said Moscow denies access to revenue for Ukraine, expands their own resource base, and influences global supply chains. Why does the U.S. want Ukraine's minerals? Critical minerals are the foundation of the 21st century economy. Dr. Mulga explains. They are key to renewable energy, military applications, industrial infrastructure, and they are playing a growing strategic role in geopolitics and geoeconomics. Plus, the U.S. is keen on a deal for Ukraine's mineral resources because it wants to reduce dependency on China, which controls 75% of rare earth deposits in the world. Of course, back in December, China banned the export of some rare earths to the United States, having previously limited mineral exports to the U.S. the previous year. Last question, how would a deal help Kyiv exploit their minerals? Some commentators describe the U.S. as colonial, but Kyiv is interested in joint exploration. According to the World Economic Forum, Ukraine has about 20,000 mineral deposits covering 116 types, but only about 15% of sites were being actively exploited at the time of Russia's full-scale invasion. The sizable lithium deposits, for the most part, are untapped. Likewise, rare earth deposits are known to exist, but none of them have yet been minted because of a lack of investment. See, with a deal with the U.S., that would change. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is temporarily pausing sharing intelligence with Ukraine. That's according to National Secretary Advisor Mike Waltz.
We have taken a step back and are pausing and reviewing all aspects of this relationship.
This comes after last week's tense Oval Office between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. The U.S. paused military aid to Ukraine on Monday. Waltz added that talks with his Ukrainian counterparts are going well and says we're going to see some movement in very short order. President Trump's pick to lead the Environmental Protection Agency, Aaron Szabo, made these comments during his confirmation hearing today.
If confirmed, I believe that it's important that we as Americans and we as humans continue to adapt to all changes, including those with respect to climate.
When questioned whether the U.S. needs to reduce carbon emissions to protect the environment, Szabo once again said the country needs to be adapting to all changes. The Menendez brothers are challenging a decision to let their murder case stay as is.
Los Angeles DA Nathan Hochman recently opposed the brothers' request for a new trial. Eric and Lyle Menendez argue that new evidence and witness testimonies could significantly impact their case and took to social media on Tuesday to announce their intent to challenge the decision. This development comes as the brothers continue to serve life sentences for the 1989 murders of their parents. The Menendez brothers are currently incarcerated at Donovan State Prison in San Diego County. I'm John Fink.
Bank.
President Trump's speech last night was well received.
According to a CBS poll conducted last night, 76% of Americans approved of the president's speech. The CBS News YouGov survey interviewed a nationally representative sample of speech watchers immediately following the president's address to Congress. Most speech viewers described the president as presidential, inspiring, and more unifying than divisive. A big majority also called it entertaining. Karen Curtis, Miami.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Police are questioning a 4-year-old child's parents after the little boy died at a Brooklyn family shelter. The NYPD believes the child may have overdosed after being exposed to fentanyl, and another shelter resident with a 4-year-old is concerned.
I'm scared for my 4-year-old too, so now once I get home, I'm going to check on him to see if he's okay.
First responders, including a hazmat team, responded to the shelter where they found the boy unconscious inside an apartment. He was given Narcan and rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Charges are pending while police await the results of the toxicity test. The leader of a national bank fraud scheme has pled guilty in Seattle.
Federal prosecutors say Amber Towndrow and co-conspirator Darby Canfield got personal information from 19 people across the country. They created businesses and opened bank accounts using the stolen financial information. They transferred stolen money into the business accounts and then used debit cards to buy money orders. They tried to steal nearly $1.5 million and got $664,000. Towndrow will be sentenced in June. I'm Brad Ford.
Swearing has been linked to increased pain tolerance.
A 2009 study out of Keele University in England found that people who swear when experiencing pain had not only increased pain tolerance, but also saw a decrease in perceived pain. The researchers carried out other studies over the years showing that using a real swear word showed decreased pain perception, but not a made-up word. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, to get another hour underway, hour number 3. I got a Thursday coming on. We did have a message from, what's his name, Rainmaker there, who was currently residing in Thailand, who will be returning to the U.S. He got some health issues and would not be able to get the kind of care he needs there, he said. But last evening he chimed in about these artificial intelligence and what they call AI agents that are being debuted. He said, I was listening to the Glenn Beck radio show, and he was talking about a clip of a conversation between a person who was an AI agent who was trying to find a hotel reservation for his human customer. He was wanting to book a hotel room. This AI agent contacted a hotel, and it was actually another AI agent that answered the phone for the hotel. A couple days ago, I was kind of going through the shorts and the reels on Facebook. So I don't know, it may have been a TikTok video, but I think this is the actual clip I saw. And it goes on from there. When the AI agent at the hotel heard that the individual they were speaking to was another AI agent, and she said, I'm an AI agent, ask him if he'd like to communicate in Super Jib, which is kind of like digital talk. Yeah, remember way back in the day when you would, when you try to log into AOL and you had to do that dial-up thing. You'd hear all the numbers would dial up, and then you'd hear all these beeps, and you'd get all this stuff going on in the back, computer stuff. And then you'd click and finally connect. That was computer talk. So the two AI agents, they start talking by computer. It sounds like something out of a Star Wars movie. He did send me a link to that, and also Facebook and several other people are saying that smartphones are going to be replaced by AI glasses, where you can do everything from just having those glasses on. They're almost finished with Elon Musk's Neuralink project, where they have the microchip implanted in your brain. Your brain communicates. No computer or phone or tablet. You can do everything from the implanted chip. You can see all this on various YouTube videos. Anyway, I sent you the video of the two AI agents talking to each other. And when they find out they're both AI, they can chat more efficiently in their actual computer talk. Okay, when I saw that originally, I said to myself, is that just because you find a video doesn't mean it's legit or real. There's so much what is now AI generated. Have you seen any of the videos where you've got Barron Trump, the president's son, performing like on America's Got Talent? That's all artificial intelligence. It looks like the real deal, but that's what AI is doing. Nonetheless, all right. Pete Rose, someone, I think it was Knucklebuster, mentioned the other night. He said, you hear that Trump wants Pete Rose to be in the Hall of Fame. I guess this is for real. Yeah, Trump apparently even pondering maybe pardoning Pete Rose. Tyler Rose, the son of the baseball legend Pete Rose, spoke to Newsmax yesterday that a posthumous presidential pardon for his father would actually mean the world to his family. At the end of last month, President Trump wrote a social media post criticizing Major League Baseball for banning Rose and the Baseball Hall of Fame for not inducting him while he was alive. He vowed at the time to pardon Rose. Of course, permanently banned from baseball after he was found that he had placed bets on games involving the Reds during the time as he was a player manager. He was not charged with a crime for placing bets, pleading guilty in 1990 to filing false tax returns. He served 5 months in prison, of course. Tyler Rose, though, said that a pardon would mean the world to the family, hoping it would help his father's legacy. He said it's just kind of surreal because we talked about this a lot just 7 or 8 months ago. When Trump at the time first put out a tweet about Pete, Tyler noted that he asked his father at the time, do you think Trump's going to get you back in baseball? And he knew it wouldn't happen when he was alive. But it's great. It's great for the family and most of all, importantly, for the fans. We couldn't be more happy if it actually comes to fruition. So I wouldn't be surprised that actually occurs. But all right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker, Steve?
Everybody doing well. What's happening in your world tonight?
Well, maybe the president will come down and pardon Rose when the new bridge is built across the Ohio River. I think that'll be about 2032.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
When do you think the bridge is going to be built?
You asked me about that a few weeks ago, and I was kind of doing, I guess technically they still haven't really actually broke ground on that yet.
Oh, my goodness. I've said for a long time, I'm going to invest in the bridge where they put the portable bridge across the water, the pontoon bridges.
Yeah.
I've told Representative Davidson that a couple of times. I'm going to invest in the pontoon bridge. That bridge, I don't believe, will last till 2032 that we've got across there. It has just about had its run. Look what kind of mess we had when they burnt the other bridge down.
Yes.
Do you ever go across that one into Cincinnati?
Oh, it's been a while, but yeah, I've been across that bridge many, many a times.
Well, doesn't it run into a dead end? I've got lost going across the end of that bridge because it don't go anywhere.
Well, it depends on which lane you're in.
When it comes across.
It does. You got the exits where you get off in downtown Cincinnati. If you stay on it, you can actually merge onto Fort Washington. Now, I take that back. It comes down to Central Parkway or whatever, where you got to kind of exit, and then it is kind of screwy.
Does it take you to 71 South or 71 North?
Once you get off there, yeah, you jump onto the Parkway there briefly, and then you can hit 71 or continue down Fort Washington Way and get on 75.
I just couldn't believe that you would build a bridge like that. And then you can't figure out where to go. It should dump out into a super highway somewhere.
Yeah.
You talking about us going to Ukraine? Don't we own Alaska?
Well, yeah, that's the United States, absolutely.
And didn't we get that from Russia?
Well, Russia, they want it back. They want it back. I know that.
I believe we bought that from Russia, and looked to me like there would be all kinds of minerals in Alaska. I know we're getting oil out of Alaska, but I would think that Alaska would have any. You see the pictures on TV of the gold, men digging gold in Alaska. Mm-hmm. They always have two guys in opposite parts of Alaska, and they make a big deal out of it for TV watching. Why couldn't we go in there with caterpillars and all kinds of equipment and get get real gold out of Alaska. I don't think we're doing the engineering that we need to be doing in this country. We don't dig our own coal. He said he was going to restore some of these coal plants. Did they tear the one down that we built just down the Ohio River, that big new plant that we built there?
I don't know what the status of that is, to be honest with you. I mean, at one point it was going to be a nuke, right? Then they opted to make it a coal plant.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was a safe coal plant, and it was one of the modern coal plants. And I wondered if they tore that down or just idled it.
I'm not sure what
I would invest
what the status is. I was doing a quick search here, and I guess, looking here, it does say that Alaska has abundant, largely untapped natural resources, energy, mineral, timber, seafood. There's a lot there.
I would think that they would have everything Ukraine has got. But anyway, we need to invest in Caterpillar products because they'll ship more Caterpillar products over there than you can shake a stick at. Steve, I set my F-150 out in all this cold weather, and it sat out on my driveway for a month with that Hot Shot Extreme gas in it.
Mm-hmm.
That additive. Yes. And when I went out to fire it up, I figured the battery would be dead. That thing fired up on the first lick. So if you got a truck and it's going to set for a while, or a car, put some Hot Shot Extreme in it. It takes all that junk out of the gas tank, and it will run like a kitten. I'll talk to you later.
That's what we like to hear. And as I was searching there in regards to Alaska's resources, untapped resources, there was a link here from the White House website. And that was apparently one of the first executive orders that President Trump signed, dated January 20 of 2025, the executive order. That was the order entitled Unleashing Alaska's Extraordinary Resource Potential. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. And it's a rather lengthy executive order, but the background is the state of Alaska holds an abundant, largely untapped supply of natural resources, among others, energy, mineral, timber, seafood. Unlocking this bounty of natural wealth will raise the prosperity of our citizens, helping to enhance our nation's economic and national security for generations to come. By developing these resources to the fullest extent possible, we can help deliver price relief for Americans, create high-quality jobs, ameliorate our trade imbalances, augment the nation's exercise of global energy dominance, and guard against foreign powers weaponizing energy supplies in those theaters of geopolitical conflict. Unleashing this opportunity, however, requires an immediate end to the assault on Alaska's sovereignty and its ability to responsibly develop these resources for the benefit of the nation. It is therefore imperative to immediately reverse the punitive restrictions implemented by the previous administration that specifically target resource development on both state and federal lands. And that's where he goes back, one after another, kind of reversing previous restrictions. All right, so if you just do a quick search, Unleashing Alaska's Extraordinary Resource Potential. Looks like the president's on that.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
I came across an interesting tidbit a couple of days ago, which, you say, yeah, how could something like this happen? It's a banking error, right? Yeah, we all make mistakes from time to time. More often than not, you'll find more money taken out of your account versus money accidentally showing up in your account. But how would you feel if you kind of opened up your bank account and you got like $81 trillion with a T? That's Citigroup. Yeah, the bank, Citigroup, accidentally credited a client's account with a staggering $81 trillion. Now, this happened, it's been a couple years ago, but it's been kept silent or unreported until now. This was a blunder that could hamper the bank's efforts to convince regulators that they've addressed some long-standing operational deficiencies. The Financial Times said the incident went unreported until now. But Citigroup mistakenly entered an internal transfer of $81 trillion to a client account when the intended amount was $280. The erroneous transaction managed to slip through the bank's initial checks and balances, according to an internal account of the event seen by the Financial Times, as well as several familiar with the matter. The $81 trillion error was missed by both the payments employee responsible for the transaction and a second official tasked with verifying it before being approved for processing the following business day. It wasn't until 90 minutes after the payment posted that a third employee caught the discrepancy while reviewing the bank's account balances, which I'm assuming the account balance was negative, but big time. The payment was then reversed several hours later. While no client funds actually left Citigroup, the bank did disclose what they call the near miss to the Federal Reserve and the Office of Comptroller of the Currency. This underscores the ongoing challenges that Citigroup faces in their efforts to overhaul risk management processes and eliminate manual procedures. They've been under regulatory scrutiny since mistakenly wiring $900 million to Revlon creditors back in 2020, an error that led at the time to the departure of the then chief executive officer and some hefty fines under the current CEO, Jane Fraser, who took the helm in 2021. Citigroup has made fixing regulatory issues their top priority. However, setbacks persist, as evidenced by the $136 million in fines imposed last year by the Office of Comptroller of Currency, the Federal Reserve, for their failure to rectify risk control and data management problems. Internal reports say that Citigroup experienced a total of 10 near misses, as they call them, of $1 billion or more in 2022, which was a slight improvement from 13 such incidents the previous year. Now, it says, while near misses do not require reporting to regulators, making comprehensive industry data unavailable, multiple former regulators and bank risk managers indicated that billion-dollar close calls are uncommon in the U.S. banking sector. That $81 trillion near miss was due to an input error and an unwieldy backup system interface when a payment of $280 got flagged as a potential sanctions violation. It was stuck in the bank's system after being cleared. To complete the transaction, they say a payments employee was instructed to manually input it into a seldom used backup screen, but that screen contained a quirk. The amount field was pre-filled with 15 zeros that you had to manually delete before you put the right number in. So there you go, 15 zeros added on. Okay, $81 trillion. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the Trump administration over recent DOGE cuts. Hosting a town hall with other attorneys general in Phoenix tonight, Mays spoke about the lawsuits filed.
Not because we don't think that reform or efficiency are needed in federal government. I don't think there's a single American in this country who thinks the federal government is working exactly the way it should. But reform should be done lawfully.
She said changes must be made through legal and democratic processes and not through reckless and unilateral actions. Vice President J.D. Vance visited the Mexican border in Texas today. Vance says the U.S. will use military to take on drug cartels.
The drone technology that the cartels are using requires, unfortunately, a military response and military support.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick before we get back to the calls here at 844-844-3380. I was going back to Phillips' conversation here last hour, and he was kind of inquiring about the mineral deal with Ukraine. And 50-50 split sounded like a lot to him. I shared much of the story. I believe that was from the BBC, actually, talking about how it would almost be akin to some sort of a security agreement with Ukraine. But they talked about the big lithium deposits that are, for the most part, untapped. Rare earth deposits that they know are there, but none of them have actually been mined. I guess because they don't have the money or investors to get this stuff. Developing these mineral resources is very difficult and expensive, according to the chief executive of the Geological Investment Group, which is a mining advisory board firm that's based in Ukraine. She said, if Ukraine can attract U.S. investors to help develop these natural resources, it would be highly beneficial for their economy. We would get technologies that our mining industry lacks so much. We will get capital. That means more jobs, tax payments. We'll receive revenue from the development of mineral deposits. And there, of course, Trump has also suggested the presence of U.S. contractors in Ukraine would act as a security guarantee to deter Russian aggression in the future. Now, there's some debate. Apparently, Ukrainian and European leaders say that, well, just having a U.S. presence, that wouldn't be enough. And I think that's the individuals that are pushing for admittance to NATO. They want the full-fledged NATO agreement. That's not going to happen. I mean, so in other words, this would be a big-time win for Ukraine. Though if you've got billions and billions of dollars and you do a 50-50 split, it's minerals and things that they're unable to get out of the ground themselves, so they can't do it without the help of someone else. To some extent, I think Vladimir Putin also knows that the resources that are there in Ukraine, that's somewhat of an incentive for him to continue pushing to take the country. But we'll have to promise we'd get back to the calls. Morning to Singing Eye Dog. Okay, let's see here. Let's try Knucklebuster. Dog must have fell asleep. Morning, Knucklebuster. And I'm not hearing anything there either, which may very well mean we've got, maybe we have to reconnect the phones. Okay, we'll do that in a second here. And before we do, let me quickly jump over to a couple of industry headlines. Truck driver facing charges after a commercial vehicle inspection and search by Canadian cops that uncovered a pair of stolen vehicles. It was Tuesday of this week. Truck inspected at the Curry Hill Truck Inspection Station near the Ontario-Quebec boundary. According to the Ontario Provincial Police, the shipping document said the truck was hauling a load of household items destined for an overseas country. But when officers took a look in the container, there were two vehicles inside. So undoubtedly, they were destined for an overseas country, but it was indeed not the household items. Both vehicles had been reported stolen in the Greater Toronto area. Officers charged the 61-year-old from Mississauga with 2 counts of possession of property obtained by crime over $5,000. He was also charged with an unsecured load violation by transportation officials. All right, 844-844-3388. Let me do a quick 1-minute timeout here and we'll get the phones reset.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, let's take a look, see if the reset, did that work there? Singing Eye Dog, take 2, or is it Doug maybe? I'm not sure.
Singing Eye Dog, how you doing?
Hey there, all right, so it worked.
On my way to work today, my winter car I usually drive, took it to the gas station to check the oil, and it stopped working today, so today I'm not working.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. You were mentioning Meta glasses, not particular Meta, but I do have a pair of those. Believe it or not, if you like Ray-Ban glasses, you probably can get a pair of Meta glasses with all that technology cheaper than you can buy a pair of Ray-Ban glasses by themselves. And they have like a speaker where you can hear it in your ear. Yeah. I have not tried it out yet, and I have not experienced, but I hear that you can, so if somebody's speaking a foreign language like Spanish near you, it'll translate it for you. Or if you see something, you can ask what it is, it'll tell you what it is. But I don't think it'll replace like cell phones per se, because people love their interactive displays and videos and stuff like that.
Well, one of the videos Rainmaker shared with me was a YouTube video that I guess this is like the next iteration, where you put the glasses on, and in the glasses you actually can see the likes of the computer screens, and there's some little thing you put on your wrist, and it's like Bluetooth linked up to, and you can actually reach out and touch screens on the glasses, just moving your hands around. It's kind of something out of a sci-fi movie, but you can click on things and download things on screens that you see in the glasses without an actual physical big screen like I'm looking at in front of you.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen nothing like that. I've seen it in the movies, but I've never seen it in reality.
I'm trying to remember. There was what was that movie where Tom Cruise was in, where they're all the futuristic, and he's standing there in this room, and he's moving things on one screen to the next and the other, and it's all just moving his hands around. That's what this sounds like.
Yeah, I seen that in the Marvel movies with Iron Man.
Okay.
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
He did stuff
Iron
like
Man.
that.
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
And I think Jim Carrey did that also in the Sonic movie. So, yeah, it will be interesting. I'll be listening.
Modern technology, the future, and it's, I mean, what was science fiction? Just think of the things that we have witnessed in our lifetime, the changes. You know, and the fact that I see some of these videos where if you break out an old rotary phone, set that in front of a teenager today, they have no idea how to dial up a number. They don't know how a rotary phone even worked. And someone suggested, can you remember the first phone number you ever had? And it didn't take, just like that. I remember, because that's the first phone number, and I guess it's embedded in. Now, I've had so many numbers since then, most of which I cannot recall. But just like that, 729-2450, area code 513, which we didn't even need area code back then. Yeah, that was our original phone number. All right. I want to move over to Elon Musk, Tesla. Elon taking a lot of flack. And even going back prior to the election, when Elon Musk was kind of out there trying to campaign for Trump, showing up at some of the rallies. I said at the time, I said, this seems like a very unusual partnership for a guy that's of course, he's more than just Tesla, but a guy who's benefiting greatly from the likes of the electric vehicle mandate that Biden had kind of essentially implemented, forcing the elimination of the internal combustion engine, knowing if Trump is elected, he's going to almost immediately overturn the electric vehicle mandate, which he has done. Yeah, we're going to go back to more drill, baby, drill. Opening our energy resources. Yeah, we're going to pursue more internal combustion engine technology. I said, why would a guy like that, who stands to potentially lose billions? But there's more to it in the big picture. Now, Tesla is actually facing a troubling sales slump. The latest data says big declines in multiple global markets. In China, the company's wholesale deliveries fell to their lowest level in more than 2.5 years. February shipments down 49% year over year. Just 30,000 688 vehicles. And it's well beyond China. In Germany, Tesla registrations collapsed 76%, 1,429 cars in February. Australia reported an equally concerning 71.9% drop, just 1,592 units sold compared to 5,665 the same month last year. European markets, a similar pattern. Sales for February falling 50% in Norway, 42% in Sweden, 48% in Denmark. In all those countries are considered electric vehicle adoption leaders. The downward trend appears particularly troubling as it contrasts sharply with the broader industry growth. The German electric vehicle registrations jumped 31% in February despite the collapse in Tesla sales. Industry analysts point to two primary factors. First, the company is facing fierce competition. First and foremost, China, where domestic manufacturers like BYD offer much more tech-laden, affordable vehicles. BYD sold more than 318,000 pure electric and hybrid passenger vehicles in February. That was a 161% year-over-year increase. Here's where China comes into play. BYD has also made their advanced driver assistance technology standard in most of its lineup, including the even more affordable models. The second, maybe more controversial factor is Elon Musk's increasingly polarizing political activities, actually sparking protests. CNN reported more than 50 demonstrations at Tesla dealerships in a single weekend. In Canada, over 300,000 people have signed a petition calling for Musk's citizenship to be rescinded. Breitbart News had previously reported of police arresting a man for planting explosives at a Tesla dealership, although some Tesla supporters say the sales decline is due to inventory constraints and the upcoming refreshed Model Y. The company's financial indicators say there may be some deeper concerns. Tesla's share price has fallen 4.4% in a single day. It is down 32% year to date, and we're just in March, meaning they've erased most all the gains that were made after the election when many investors were betting that Elon's relationship with Donald Trump would benefit his companies. I didn't see that, though. I said, how's it going to be beneficial if you're going to eliminate the electric vehicle mandate? Trump made it abundantly clear. People should have a choice. Buy what you want. All right, Knuckle Buster. There we go. Take two.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. That's twice you hung up on me this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Don't let it happen again. That's fine. I read where VA Secretary Doug Collins is going to be terminated 585 non-mission critical or duplicate contracts, according to the VAnews.gov.
Right.
Said the mission critical contracts are exempt from the reductions, which will enable the VA to redirect more than $900 million to health care, benefits, and services for the VA people. The servicemen. I think that's pretty good. See, right. Well, hold on to your wallet now, because the North Carolina speeders, beware. They have bought 25 Coyote-powered pursuit vehicles. The EV may reach 0 to 60 faster, but you will not be able to outrun it, nor can you outrun that radio. There are more of them than there are of you. You can run, but you can't hide. See. Now, I won't be able to pronounce this guy's name, but you can tell me who he is. His NFL star is driving his used Subaru. Don't you own one of them?
I do have a Subaru. I've got the Outback. I do.
Yeah. Well, he signed a contract for $62 million. His name is KHALILSHAKIR. He signed a big contract extension with them worth $60.2 million.
Wow.
With $32 million guaranteed. It comes out just about $15 million average on a year, but he still ain't going to give that car up. See, he keeps driving it instead of going out and buying a brand new one there. Well, you got $9,500 you won't get rid of?
Not necessarily, no. What you got to offer?
It's a GMT 800. It's got a 6.0 liter gas V8. It's already a great pickup, but they put a dump bed on back of it. They just made the pickup bed where it'll raise up and down, dump the stuff out there. So, and then I read on the Babylon Bay, you know that place is full of baloney. This husband holds up a false paddle during his argument with his wife.
Yeah.
So that's false, Steve. Yeah. And I have some marriage advice for you. I read this today. I've heard it said that women are always right and men are always wrong. But if a man tells a woman that she is right, is that man wrong, Steve?
In most cases, probably.
Hell, there's one on Fox News. I just called this up. Doge terminates the lease at the Obama Presidential Library thing. I don't know. Is he going to get in trouble for that?
I don't know.
Yeah, probably. All right, well, I'm going to call back in that long list hour. Hopefully I can get this tire repaired right quick and get on out of here. So we'll talk at you here in a little while.
All right, Knuckle Buster, thanks for your patience this morning. Let me see here. Not sure who we got on the line. Is it Mark or?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
I feel like I'm always being redundant, saying the same thing, but I feel honored to be right behind Knuckle Buster. I could listen to that guy all day, right?
There you go.
And but yeah, I had about three different names that I was going to bring up. Lauren Weiss, he needs to be reconsidered talking about driving at a high rate of speed. I like to use the phrase a high rate of fuel consumption. So just a little tidbit there for Lauren Weiss to add to that.
Okay.
That saying there.
Gotcha.
And then Monkey Goucher, I heard him years ago use the phrase styling and profiling. And I put that on the back of my punk W9 black W9, and that came from Monkey Goucher. So, but what I really wanted to call about, and this is where I'm being redundant, I just love the way you explain everything, especially what's going on with Trump, and I'm a diehard Trump supporter. And also, Philip, I loved what he said tonight, and I can really relate to him about talking about somebody else's state. But if it's okay, you can give him my number. If he wants to reach out to me, I'd love to have a conversation with him. And anyways, just thought there was one more guy I wanted to talk about, but nothing negative. Just you got a lot of intelligent callers, and love your shows, Steve. And again, the way you, I don't know where you go with all your news items, but I just love the way you explain it. Very informative.
Well, I very much appreciate the compliment there. All right, I got the number down here, and I can send that to Philip. I think I still have his number in my phone. Well, thank you very much. I do go through a lot of different sources trying to prep for the show on a nightly basis. You know, I use a lot of paper because I print this, print that. Okay. Knuckle Buster mentioned the VA. Now, those on the left will be trying to say he's going to be cutting 80,000 jobs. Your Veterans Administration care is going to go in the tank. The Department of Veterans Affairs, 80,000 jobs to be eliminated in August. a reorganization, according to the internal memo that was obtained by the Associated Press. The memo was sent by the VA Chief of Staff, informing top-level officials be prepared to resize and tailor the workforce to the actual mission and the revised structure. Work with DOGE, move aggressively, take a pragmatic, disciplined approach to the goals of the administration. So this is going to reduce the workforce to about just under 400,000, which was the level of the VA back in 2019. The Biden administration added tens of thousands of jobs, including through the 2022 PACT Act, which expanded coverage to veterans affected by burn pits. Now, the Hill reported the VA has already had several thousand positions eliminated since Trump entered the White House. The VA secretary canceled as many as 875 contracts last week. And that's going to be saving money. Collins defending those, saying these and other personnel decisions are extraordinarily difficult, but the VA is focused on allocating the resources for the veterans, families, caregivers, and survivals. These moves will not hurt health care benefits or beneficiaries. These cuts will, in fact, veterans are going to notice a change for the better.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the Trump administration over recent DOGE cuts. Hosting a town hall with other attorneys general in Phoenix tonight, Mays spoke about the lawsuits filed.
Over the past several weeks, my office, along with attorneys general across the country, have filed a series of lawsuits against the Trump administration, not because we don't think that reform or efficiency are needed in federal government. I don't think there's a single American in this country who thinks the federal government is working exactly the way it should. But reform should be done lawfully.
She said changes must be made through legal and democratic processes and not through reckless and unilateral actions. Vice President J.D. Vance visited the Mexican border in Texas today and got a first-hand look at the effect of the Trump administration's tough-on-crime approach to immigration. Vance says the U.S. will use military to take on drug cartels.
The drone technology that the cartels are using requires, unfortunately, a military response and military support.
Vance praised efforts to build a border wall in Texas, which he says is embraced by the administration. President Trump says fentanyl is still pouring across the border, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is not doing enough to stop it. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said some sectors will get relief.
The automakers, for instance, as an example, they made their pitch, and what they said was, look, we're domestic American automakers, and if you put a 25% tariff on us, and you don't put it on the Germans, and you don't put it on the Koreans, and you don't put it on the Japanese, you're helping everybody but us.
Trump said he spoke to Trudeau today, and he told him too many people are dying from fentanyl overdoses. This comes after a 25% tariff went into effect yesterday against Canada and Mexico. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump is praising his new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong.
Trump says Kennedy will soon be addressing the alarming increase in autism rates with American children. Democrats say the mass firing of federal employees under the Trump administration is illegal and unconstitutional. California Congressman Ted Lieu spoke with a number of veterans who lost their jobs, including Eileen. She worked for FEMA.
She was one of the first to volunteer with FEMA to deploy to Hurricane Helene. On President's Day, she got an email firing her with no notice.
The group Vote Vets has been lobbying Capitol Hill lawmakers, demanding protection for those who wore the uniform. They say 1 in 4 federal employees are veterans, and there's a number of lawsuits filed over plans to fire probationary employees. The Office of Personnel Management shot a letter to department heads stating that personnel decisions are up to each agency. When most Americans move the clocks forward for daylight savings time, well, hospitals report a significant spike in heart attack visits.
The exact reason isn't clear, but experts think the lost hour of sleep plays a big role, disrupting the body's natural rhythm. One way to combat the change is to start going to bed and waking up 15 minutes earlier, 2 to 3 days before the change. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Saw that our new transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, when he was announced to be the new transportation secretary, many were saying, somewhat like the predecessor, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, didn't really have any experience in transportation. Now, Sean Duffy had years of experience in Washington, D.C., and he did get some praise for his work helping to build infrastructure when he was in Congress. Come to find out, according to the report from Overdrive, thanks for throwing that my way. Shorty, I think, forwarded this to me. Turns out, he has a much more hands-on experience in the world of commercial transportation. According to a DOT spokesperson that spoke to Overdrive, Secretary Duffy held a CDL for approximately 30 years. Now, they said they couldn't get any further details on Duffy's CDL or any truck driving work that he did or didn't do, but Duffy is 53 years old now. Must have got a CDL when he was very young. His DOT biography says Duffy comes from a long line of lumberjacks who helped build his beloved state of Wisconsin. He was a world champion lumberjack athlete. Indeed, Duffy holds multiple titles in speed climbing lumber poles, as well as log rolling, where two competitors stand on either side of a floating log, see who can stay on top the longest. Maybe Duffy hauled logs in his native Hayward, Wisconsin. Might he name a fellow CDL holder to the helm of the most important agency within the department? Time will tell on the FMCSA administrator. But of course, Sean's been in office for less than 2 months. He has not yet fully had time to implement his trucking agenda. On the same day, the Senate confirmed him, though, one of the deadliest plane crashes in years occurred there in D.C. He has made some progress toward setting a trucking agenda, appointing Jesse Ellison, a former counsel at the Bennett family of companies and the new chief legal counsel at the FMCSA, and Adrian Kamir, a former chief counsel at the Federal Highway Administration, who will now serve as the senior advisor to the administrator at the FMCSA. Just last week, Duffy swore in a new batch of FMCSA border inspectors stationed along the U.S.-Mexico border, assuring compliance with FMCSA mandates when it comes to international truck and bus safety. Let's see, DOT employees, including those at the FMCSA, recently received what they call a pulse check. Yeah, they're the ones that got that email from the DOJ office. Give us 5 things you've done in the past week, right? Overall, a DOT spokesperson said it stood ready to increase efficiency in line with DOJ's goals. U.S. DOT and the FMCSA are committed to serving the American people at the highest, most efficient standard. All right, that according to, again, FMCSA spokesperson. But I had no idea. I guess questions will be asked. You held a CDL for 30 years. What all did you do in that time? Very interesting. Meanwhile, Brain Dead chiming in here on a Thursday, Friday Eve. Good morning.
Oh, morning, Steve. Morning, Steve. It's been a really fun-filled day for me, doing that whole mulch run again. You know, pays the bills. So
good thing about that is, when you start seeing all those pallets of mulch being stacked up around the groceries and the Home Depots and all that, spring's coming.
And it can't come quick enough. It just seems like yesterday was 60 degrees, and today, right now, I got on my dash, it's like 35 down here. So,
yep.
Just make up your mind. But
yep.
I heard the story you read about the Trump pardoning Pete Rose to get him into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Good luck. And here's why. Pete Rose, if he was criminally charged, that's one thing, is getting rid of those criminal charges. But Major League Baseball has always had a policy on gambling. And especially Pete was caught gambling on his own games. So they're not going to put him into the Hall of Fame, period. I mean, you go back to the Black Sox scandal back in 1919. They were caught fixing their own games. So, and here recently, I think it was a couple of years ago, and I could be wrong, there was 4 players that had been banned from baseball that were caught gambling as well. Major League Baseball has a hard stance on it. Now, football and basketball is a little bit different, but I don't think Pete's going to get in.
Well, I guess time will tell. I mean, the whole prospect, and we've talked at it at length over the years. Pete said he never bet on the Reds to lose. He bet on the Reds to win. So it's not like he would have ever thrown a game. But, of course, how do we know for certain that that's the truth, right?
Right. Gambling is gambling is gambling. Doesn't matter. I mean, that's the thing. But the other thing, too, is you got to look at is the rules. You've got to get Major League Baseball to lift the ban, and then the sports writers have to vote him in. Now, there's also, if I remember right, a time frame on how long it has been before he becomes ineligible. And if I remember right, that happened, about over 30 years ago, about 30, 35 years ago, which technically makes him unable anyway. Even if Major League Baseball did lift the ban, he's still unable to be in the Hall of Fame.
I don't know. Where there's a will, there's a way. What about these guys that were caught using performance enhancing drugs that made their way in there?
They're not in there. No, they've been banned. If you go look at the Baseball Hall of Fame, Sosa, Clemens, all of them are not in the Hall of Fame, and they will never be eligible for the Baseball Hall of Fame. It doesn't matter how much money you got. They're not getting into the Hall of Fame. Baseball has a hard stance, and when they say we're not going to do this, we're not going to do it, period. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I know Clemens and was it Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds? I mean, baseball's told them you're never getting in, period. But no, Steve, we get a few little interesting tidbits for NASCAR. Now, there has been an update with the whole charter lawsuit, and I'm going to have to dig into that and research that for tomorrow. But the Austin Cindric did get fined $50,000 and docked 50 points for the whole bump and run, so to speak, at the Circuit of the Americas race. And also, Kyle Larson lost a wheel after a pit stop during the race. Well, he lost 2 crew members for the next 2 races, and I think he was docked some money too. I can't remember that. But also, too, remember back after the 500, the whole Chase Briscoe's deck lid not being penalized for the deck lid. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they won the they had to throw out the penalty on that. they appealed the penalty, and they threw out the penalty. the penalty committee sided with Joe Gibbs on that. So that's a good thing to start off the year with. So speaking of starting off the good year with, Steve, I'm gonna kick his top off, and I'll be listening to you later on.
All right, thanks for chiming in. Have a great morning there. All right, I don't know. Look at some of the headlines. New York Times. Let's see the headline. The Pete Rose situation explained. What a Trump pardon, I guess, would mean. Let's see. Wall Street Journal. Can Trump get Rose into the Hall of Fame? CBS Sports. Pete Rose predicted his posthumous induction into the Hall of Fame. Let's see. MLB considering petition to have Pete Rose posthumously, I guess, removed. I would need to get more of a removed from the ineligible list. Okay, that's, all these different headlines. Let's see. Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred is considering a petition to have Rose posthumously removed from the ineligible list. Okay, banned due to gambling all those years ago. I don't know. Maybe one of these days we'll find out. It's 16 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, for our friends who drive in the Hoosier State, be advised the Indiana DOT is watching and cracking down on drivers who don't slow down in construction zones. Apparently, crews are using speed cameras set up at different spots on Interstates 465 and 69 on the north side of Indianapolis. According to the DOT, it's safety for everyone. Garrett said the goal is to reduce the number and severity of crashes and speed in work sites. They've already issued courtesy notices in the mail showing drivers their vehicle, date, time, and location of the violation and their speed. In January, more than 28,000 courtesy notices were sent to drivers who were traveling 11 miles per hour or more over the posted 45 speed limit. Yeah, there's no action that needs to be taken with those because those were courtesy notices. Yeah, just to let the drivers know you were driving in excess of the posted speed. Now, they had their eye on this technology, they say, for some time now. Similar programs have been successful in other states, Illinois, Maryland, Pennsylvania. Indiana's program is actually based closely off of, some of those programs. They think it can have an impact when it comes to safety in those work zones. Now, once Indiana DOT sets an official date for enforcement to begin, drivers will receive additional notification. They expect enforcement to begin sometime this spring. First violation will be a warning. Second violation, whether you get that the very next day or the next week, it'll cost you $75. Any more after that, it's $150 a pop. So obviously, a lot of people use the same stretches of highway to and from work on a daily basis. You might get dinged on the way to work and home from work. Slow down in the construction zones. All right, I think Eagle wanted to chime in regards to the tariffs, Canada, Mexico. What's on your mind, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you had checked back in because I had to get out for a few minutes on what's going on with Canada and this loudmouth, this guy Ford, who's talking about, what he plans on doing if Trump does his deal. Did you hear anything about the alcohol being taken off of the store shelves in Canada, U.S. beers, and did you hear anything about that yet?
I forgot to check on that. No, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, but I wanted to check on that. But yeah, Steve, it looks like I'm not no big fan of tariffs. I've told you this before. I don't really like it, but it looks like some of the things that Trump is doing might be working. Like I say, I got to see more before I'm gonna fully jump on the bandwagon. They saying that Honda, I'm just gonna use them. They saying that Honda was talking about building a auto plant in Mexico, and due to the fact it's gonna cost them 25% to ship their cars to the U.S., they say that they decided they're gonna build a plant in Indiana.
That is true. That's correct. That's the way. That's the whole premise. Yeah. That's the way the tariffs are supposed to work.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm using that example. I have to see a whole lot more before I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon. But it's good. You have an American jobs. U.S. people in Indiana can work those jobs instead of somebody in Mexico. So that's what Trump said he was going to do. Was bring jobs back to the U.S. for the people that want to work. So we'll see. The part of the tariffs that I don't like, Steve, is that the high prices of the goods that the American people are going to have to pay in the process, because Mexico and China are going to raise the price of the things that they ship to the U.S. And that means that we're going to pay more because the U.S. is paying more. That's the back part of the tariff deal that I don't like. I like the fact that he's bringing jobs to the U.S., but what is going to be the afterthought with these prices, the gas prices, food, and other things? That's what I'm concerned with. But Trump, he's definitely doing, keeping his promises on what he said he was going to do, with these different taxes, and he tell you're not making a lot of friends, with Mexico, and I don't know. I don't know if you heard this or not. They said that the big three, Ford, Chevy, and somebody else, that Donald Trump was giving them a 1 month, 30 days to look at things, because these some of these big corporations are panicking now because hell to do Ford. And did you hear about that?
Yeah, we did. I did touch on that. Ford, General Motors, Stellantis, the big three, as they call it. Yes, they got an extra 30 days. And maybe between now and then.
Okay.
They got an extra. I really thought when Trump gave the first 30-day, he bumped it down, and I thought they'd come to some sort of a resolution before he actually kicked the tariffs in. But here we are. Maybe in the next 30 days, they'll get something done. I mean, he's trying to bring, especially, he's trying to bring both countries to the table, to talk about more on the trade deal that. What the old NAFTA deal. He wants some concessions. Yeah. Well, like I said, Steve, I was in Laredo, Texas, about a week or two ago, and it's unbelievable. I don't know. From what I'm hearing, it might be the number one. It might be the number one place for freight coming out of Mexico to the U.S. They got a checkpoint that you have to go through. About 30 miles away from the Mexican border, headed north. And I had to wait in line like 15 or 20 minutes just to get through the checkpoint because they stopping all the trucks, checking for drugs and illegal aliens and all that. They got dogs out there, smelling around the truck for fentanyl and other drugs. And like I said, it's hard to believe all the trucks that was in line trying to get the hell out of Laredo. Like I said, there's a lot of goods coming out of Mexico into the U.S. People, I didn't realize that, until a couple of months ago, how much freight is coming out. So that's a lot of jobs, that could be in the U.S. if these tariffs take effect. So I'm always going to root for the U.S., to have the jobs, over another country, but we'll see what happens. But, it's just, and plus all the trucks that, freight that comes out of Canada into the U.S. I haven't been to Canada in a long time, but you got to wait in line in Canada, to get out and get in. So there's freight coming out of both places, and it can all be split up, they can reach agreement to where all three countries can make money and do it the right way instead of it being one-sided like Trump is saying. So hopefully he can make that happen in the next couple of years where it's even deal for all three countries and everybody can make money instead of the U.S. being screwed like we're getting screwed right now. And thank you for taking my call. All right. And in answer to your question about the pulling alcohol from the shop, apparently, yes. Jack Daniels maker Brown-Forman CEO said yesterday that Canadian provinces taking American liquor off the shelves is actually worse than a tariff. Disproportionate response. Yeah, several provinces, apparently, they say, have taken U.S. liquor off store shelves as part of the retaliatory measure against Trump's tariffs. Whitings said in a post-earnings call, that's worse than the tariff because it's literally taking your sales away completely, removing your products from the shelves.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the Trump administration over recent DOJ cuts. Hosting a town hall with other attorneys general in Phoenix tonight, Mays spoke about the lawsuits filed.
Not because we don't think that reform or efficiency are needed in federal government. I don't think there's a single American in this country who thinks the federal government is working exactly the way it should. But reform should be done lawfully.
She said changes must be made through legal and democratic processes and not through reckless and unilateral actions. Vice President J.D. Vance visited the Mexican border in Texas today. Vance says the U.S. will use military to take on drug cartels.
The drone technology that the cartels are using requires, unfortunately, a military response and military support.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do we have here? Let's get back to the calls. Chris has been hanging in there, and thanks for hanging in there. Morning,
Hi, Steve.
Hey there.
You know, you were asking why is Musk hanging around with Trump? And I don't want to sound like a know-it-all, but people really don't understand Elon Musk. His big thing is SpaceX.
Mm-hmm.
And he needs help from the FAA. He's got to stay in good with the FAA. I saw some pilots on YouTube. They were screaming when he blew up that last Starship. But the thing about Tesla is people forget that he started Tesla after he started SpaceX. And the reason he started Tesla is because he wanted to build a supercar, an electric supercar, the Tesla Roadster, which no one even remembers it. I think they built 2,000 of the damn things, and he couldn't, you can't.
Yeah. Well,
get these big prices.
Isn't that the one that he kind of launched? Isn't that what he launched one of those roadsters into space or something that's out there somewhere?
Exactly. I think there's only 2,000 altogether. It was a big failure. And believe it or not, Tesla has really been a failure since he started it. I remember him being interviewed on Dave Letterman when he was putting out the Roadster. And Letterman was saying, are you going to build an electric sedan that people can afford? He says, well, we might try. But he said it's never going to be practical. People aren't going to drive electric cars for a long time. And he was kind of forced into it by the public, the outcry. They wanted this thing. And Tesla, when Tesla became the most expensive company in the world, I'm not a stock expert at all, but I think they said the shares were overvalued by about 800%.
Wow.
People just threw money at the guy. Yeah. Oh, it's terrible. I heard Philip say one time he lives off the dividends. It doesn't pay a dividend. I don't know if it ever will, but, you remember when he got, they were going to prosecute him for, securities fraud because he was making all kinds of claims about the Tesla, and he finally settled with them. You never hear him say anything about Tesla because he made so many claims that they couldn't fulfill.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that, don't talk about your stock. Even that time he talked about going private, they wanted to prosecute him for that.
Yep.
Because they said you're just manipulating the price of your stock. But what I was going to say is Starlink is his moneymaker. They say he's got 20% of his constellation up, and it's already financing all of SpaceX. And he thinks that's what's going to get him to Mars, the money from Starlink.
Okay.
And that's his big goal. But the whole Tesla thing, he doesn't say anything about it. He's not allowed to say anything about it. But it's kind of it was kind of a failure from the start. For a while, he admitted on 60 Minutes one time. He says, "Well, yeah, I had the electric drivetrain, and it was great, but I didn't know how to build a car." And he did, and he got a bunch of guys in from Detroit finally to help him produce cars. And I guess it turned out to be a pretty good car, but like you say, BYD, they're supposed to be, I don't know. I don't trust anything Chinese, really. But that's the story on Musk, and I think that's why he's hanging around with Trump.
And Trump, and that would make sense. That would make sense. So maybe it's worth maybe just kind of, wringing his hands of Tesla if it were to come to that. I was talking to Horsefeather yesterday morning, and he said, are you aware that Elon Musk only owns about 13% of Tesla? And I said, it's because look, they did an IPO, right? So I did a quick search, and he's correct. It says here, as of February 28, 2025, Elon Musk owns about 12.8% of Tesla. Now, he is the largest shareholder, based on over 410 million shares. He's pledged more than half of his Tesla shares as collateral for personal loans. Let's see some of the highlights here. A Delaware judge voided Musk's 2018 deal to receive options for an additional 9% of Tesla. He's expressed interest in increasing his stake in Tesla to 25% voting control. Other large shareholders of Tesla include Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, those names that you see that own large shares of damn near everything in this country, all the big Fortune 500 companies. Now, as far as SpaceX, he has a much larger ownership. Quick search says Elon owns approximately 42% of SpaceX. His SpaceX stake makes him one of the wealthiest people in the world. His stake in SpaceX worth more than his stake in Tesla. His wealth comes from his stakes in SpaceX and Tesla, as well as his ownership of X, formerly known as Twitter. So 42% of SpaceX. So I guess, he could garner a lot more favor via SpaceX. The future, and, that's where some of these decisions about advising about cuts. If Elon says you need to make big-time cuts at NASA is the Artemis program. The Artemis program is his competition to getting to the moon. It does seem like maybe just a little bit of conflict of interest there to me. What do you say, hippopotamus?
No, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, I was hoping I was close to right on that 13% thing.
Yep.
So, appreciate the confirmation on that. So, last night in the evening there when I got up, I missed all the local news and everything, as I said. And so we had just stuff playing in the background, and I think it was Inside Edition that was showing it. But they were showing this police raid in Denver where they raided an apartment that ended up not being the correct one, and it was a grandmother and her daughter and then two granddaughters that were in the apartment that they went in by mistake. They were supposed to go in one number, and they were one number off from the one they were supposed to go in was the correct one. And so anyways, they got done doing this whole deal, and making it look like, they're probably looking to, find people to deport and all that. And at the very end, they say that this happened in 2023.
Okay.
It's like they played the whole thing out to get you thinking that it's, all because of Donald Trump and all this current stuff of deporting, illegals and all that. And then they say, the video's from 2023 and, they're working on finishing up the investigation of why they ended up in the wrong. And it was in Denver. One of the sanctuary cities was the Denver police in Denver. And it's like, really? But at the end, they have to put their disclaimer in that it happened in 2023. It was very, very, quiet and very minute right at the very end. And if you weren't paying attention, you'd miss it.
Okay. Yep.
So
kind of they strung you along.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. They played the whole little, their little short book of whatever, because I'm pretty sure it was on Inside Edition. So, they played their little, news magazine thing that they pretend is real news. And as you say, it strung you along and pulled your heartstrings because, there's the little girl screaming and crying because, the police come in all SWAT gear and everything with their weapons, and everybody's scared because it looks like a bad Halloween, deal. And so, but as I say, you get to the very end of it and they say, it's the Denver Police Department and it was 2023 that this happened. And It's like, really? So just, again, you can't make this stuff up, but anyways, so how you making out? Did you get are you going to go somewhere and print a poster of that Kim Kardashian balloon to put up there in the secret bunker?
That thing that's a mess. I mean, I saw the photos of it. I mean, it's nothing to write home about. It's just no, absolutely not. No, it's just an ugly balloon.
Yeah. But but it's definitely a big ass balloon.
That is correct.
You just can't make this stuff up. But whatever news we're watching, as I say, that might even been on the Inside Edition too. They're actually interviewing the woman that ran the campaign to put that balloon up, and I guess, I mean, this is how low these people go. Is she did that? She was actually one of the people that was in charge of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade before. I mean, she was like in charge of the whole parade, and now she's down to making a Kim Kardashian balloon. Can you imagine that on your resume? I mean, you go from being the person that's in charge of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade, and now you're down on your resume saying, yeah, I made a 60-foot balloon of Kim Kardashian.
Well, what's the prospect if we could fill that big-ass balloon with helium? Could that be introduced maybe next year right behind Spider-Man? Here comes the big-ass Kardashian.
I'm thinking, Your Honor, I mean, are they going to have like little blurry things for it for going down the street? Like you have on the TV, they make the little blurry things. I don't know. So, but maybe this, I don't know. They got it in Times Square, but do you think the street in front of Macy's, is it wide enough for a big ass balloon like that? Just checking. We'll have to check the dimensions.
You have to check. All right, Horse Feathers, you're 8 up. That's a mess. Hey, Black, back to the tariff issue. We talked about the pulling U.S. liquors off the shelf. That's a little more than a tariff. With a tariff, the price would be more, obviously. But according to, again, Jack Daniels, this is disproportionate. Of course, they also imposed the 25% tariff on U.S. imported goods, including wine, spirits, and beer. The spokesperson for Jack Daniels said the Canada accounts for about 1% of their total sales, and they can withstand the hit. They're going to watch for what happens in Mexico, which, according to their annual report, Mexico actually made up 7% of their sales last year. Shares of the company were up about 8% after the liquor maker reaffirmed their annual forecast, which accounted for the impacts of tariffs, while Whiting warned of continued uncertainty and headwinds in the external environment. Said he's confident that the company's trajectory is on the right direction. Of course, Brown-Forman has been reeling from a slowdown in demand so far this year, led by the U.S., Canada, and Europe, which offset benefits from stronger sales in some of the emerging markets like Mexico and Poland. They have undertaken cost-cutting measures, including workforce reductions. Analysts have said this is in response to a more challenging environment, both for the company and the broader spirits industry. As far as the liquor biz, I think there's more and more competition coming in with these fruity drinks and the specialty beers and things like that, where sales are increasing. Let's see, net sales fell 3% from a year ago. That's $1.04 billion compared to the expectation of $1.07 billion. On to Doug Ford, Canada, threatening to cut off the juice. Latest I could find, Doug Ford warning of a potential halt to electricity exports to the U.S. states, including Michigan, in retaliation for the tariffs. The threat as Trump imposed the 25% tariffs on Tuesday. I guess, shall we say, we are technically in a trade war now? In a post on X, Ford announced that he had sent letters to political leaders in Michigan, New York, and Minnesota, informing them that Ontario could impose a 25% surcharge on the electricity exports to those states if the tariffs continue or if additional tariffs are introduced by the Trump administration, Ontario alone powers 1.5 million homes and businesses every year, according to Ford. He said, I won't hesitate to increase this surcharge or, if necessary, shut the electricity off completely. So Michigan, New York, and Minnesota reportedly are Ontario's top customers for domestically produced power. He emphasized the surcharge would add to actions already taken by the Canadian governments in response to the tariffs. Ontario and Canada are America's largest customer and export destination. Unfortunately, we've been left with no choice but to respond with our own tariffs and charges that will make life more expensive for Americans at a time when the cost of living is already at an all-time high.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
So what the heck is this balloon about anyway? It says Kim Kardashian's curves are already out of this world, but she just took them to new heights. Literally a 60-foot balloon towering over Times Square. Always wanted to go big with marketing. Kim's latest stunt's all about her brand's new drop that features her blue bikini from Skims. S-K-I-M-S. That's her brand, I guess. Her latest collection, which launches this week. Apparently, the float is giving city-goers their chance to be up close to a bikini-clad Kim balloon. Setting on a 4-foot deck wrapped in the Skims signature logo, and it is drawing plenty of attention. People walking by, posing, snapping photos, getting up close to the larger-than-life. Mixed reviews on social media. Not everyone's impressed, obviously. Some called the spectacle tacky as you-know-what, tone-deaf. Maybe the worst product campaign launch ever. Even Skims fans had mixed feelings. One saying, I love Skims, but this is awful. All right, it's a marketing stunt. Let me get back to Vic this morning. I'm looking at the clock. Vic, we're just a matter of 2 minutes away from the news break, so hang in there. We'll get to you right after that. A couple of other quick items here as we roll toward the top of the hour news break. It's also part of the DOGE, government efficiency. Yeah, we have numerous buildings around the country, many of which are unoccupied or barely occupied. The General Services Administration released a list this past day pointing to 443 federal buildings that could be sold, including the FBI's J. Edgar Hoover building. GSA will consider non-core assets for divestment from government ownership in an orderly fashion to ensure taxpayers no longer pay for empty and underutilized federal office space or the significant maintenance cost associated with long-term building ownership, potentially saving more than $430 million in annual operating cost. Decades of funding deficiencies have resulted in many of these buildings becoming functionally obsolete, unsuitable for use by our federal workforce. We can no longer hope that funding will emerge to resolve these long-standing issues. Now, the agency added the plan kind of leverages the private sector. The Hill pointed out in their reporting that among the buildings listed included the General Services Administration's own headquarters there. So it's a lot of operating costs. All righty, 844-844-3388. The number to jump on board as we will roll on into our final hour just ahead here. A couple of other industry headlines. We already mentioned cuts at the VA. The Internal Revenue Service also looking at potentially tens of thousands of cuts to their workforce. More on that coming up next hour. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. is temporarily pausing sharing intelligence with Ukraine. That's according to National Secretary Advisor Mike Waltz.
We have taken a step back and are pausing and reviewing all aspects of this relationship.
This comes after last week's tense Oval Office between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. The U.S. paused military aid to Ukraine on Monday. Waltz added that talks with his Ukrainian counterparts are going well and says we're going to see some movement in very short order. President Trump's pick to lead the Environmental Protection Agency, Aaron Szabo, made these comments during his confirmation hearing today.
If confirmed, I believe that it's important that we as Americans and we as humans continue to adapt to all changes, including those with respect to climate.
When questioned whether the U.S. needs to reduce carbon emissions to protect the environment, Szabo once again said the country needs to be adapting to all changes. The Menendez brothers are challenging a decision to let their murder case stay as is.
Los Angeles DA Nathan Hochman recently opposed the brothers' request for a new trial. Eric and Lyle Menendez argue that new evidence and witness testimonies could significantly impact their case and took to social media on Tuesday to announce their intent to challenge the decision. This development comes as the brothers continue to serve life sentences for the 1989 murders of their parents. The Menendez brothers are currently incarcerated at Donovan State Prison in San Diego County. I'm John Fink.
President Trump's speech last night was well received.
According to a CBS poll conducted last night, 76% of Americans approved of the president's speech. The CBS News YouGov survey interviewed a nationally representative sample of speech watchers immediately following the president's address to Congress. Most speech viewers described the president as presidential, inspiring, and more unifying than divisive. A big majority also called it entertaining. Karen Curtis, Miami.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Police are questioning a 4-year-old child's parents after the little boy died at a Brooklyn family shelter. The NYPD believes the child may have overdosed after being exposed to fentanyl, and another shelter resident with a 4-year-old is concerned.
I'm scared for my 4-year-old too, so now once I get home, I'm going to check on him to see if he's okay.
First responders, including a hazmat team, responded to the shelter where they found the boy unconscious inside an apartment. He was given Narcan and rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Charges are pending while police await the results of the toxicity test. The leader of a national bank fraud scheme has pled guilty in Seattle.
Federal prosecutors say Amber Towndrow and co-conspirator Darby Canfield got personal information from 19 people across the country. They created businesses and opened bank accounts using the stolen financial information. They transferred stolen money into the business accounts and then used debit cards to buy money orders. They tried to steal nearly $1.5 million and got $664,000. Towndrow will be sentenced in June. I'm Brad Ford.
Swearing has been linked to increased pain tolerance.
A 2009 study out of Keele University in England found that people who swear when experiencing pain had not only increased pain tolerance, but also saw a decrease in perceived pain. The researchers carried out other studies over the years showing that using a real swear word showed decreased pain perception, but not a made-up word. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, good morning to Roki as we kick off our final hour here. Sharing a couple things this morning. Talking about the trade war that's underway now with, well, definitely the U.S., Canada, waiting to see what the response from Mexico is going to be sometime. Supposedly on Sunday, they're going to announce what their response is going to be. Roki posted, he says, now this is a quote from Tim Walz. From, he's Wisconsin, right? One of those states impacted by a lot of their electricity, I guess, coming out of Canada. He said, I called Canadian Premiers Doug Ford and Wab Kinew today as we attempt to navigate this unnecessary and costly trade war. What is Tim's position there? I don't even recall. Did he have to step aside to run as a vice president? Does he have any authority there or not at this point? Roki said this may actually be a violation of the Logan Act, the 1799 law that prohibits unauthorized American citizens from negotiating with foreign governments or their agents. And the Logan Act, that term's come up several times in recent weeks. All right, so I don't know. We'll see what comes of that. Morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, a whole lot of things. I don't want people to think I might be critical of Trump, but I believe he's kind of got the cart ahead of the horse on a lot of things. From everything that I've been looking up in the last few days, I kind of was a little bit lax in actually verifying things. But, you know, the old saying, believe nothing of what you hear and only half of what you see.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that Trump has jumped in there and done a lot of things without following proper procedures, so the results were pretty accurate. But I did get to watch that interview this morning with the Commerce, well, I guess it would be yesterday morning, with the Commerce Secretary. And what he was saying was that in that USMCA agreement, there were certain things that they agreed were off limits for tariffs. And they're going through all that USMCA and seeing what issues were off the table, mm-hmm. and what products could be tariffed. And they kept trying to ask him, well, which ones and this and that. And he said, we're in a full review. He said, we should have that all done by April 2nd. And I guess all parties involved, were looking at that. And he said, but right now, this is about fentanyl. And he said, that's what we're looking at. And we're looking to see if people are doing all they can to control the fentanyl. So
mm-hmm.
what all they're doing to it, it's not only the fentanyl, but it's the raw sources ingredients. So I suspect they're trying to find out, are these people, America included, are they doing all they can to make sure that just the raw ingredients for fentanyl don't get in here? And the other thing is the distribution system. And the distribution system, as you know, that's some form of an illegal distribution, and that's going to involve everybody from organized crime to the street gangs. So that's a pretty heavy lift, and they might get it done in 30 days, but I kind of doubt it. So I don't know exactly when they're going to get off the fentanyl thing and go back to the actual ingredients, but the supply chains are all set up to the point to where they involve, foreign parts. I know I used to pick up radiators for Freightliner just on the Indiana side outside of Chicago there. And then all of a sudden there was a company down in Mexico, I can't think of it right now, that started furnishing all the radiators that were coming into Freightliner. And those went into Charlotte, North Carolina, and then they went off to the Freightliner distribution parts. So that's just one example. And the Freightliner seats at one time, they were made in Alabama, and then all of a sudden they started coming from China. And I remember one time when I went in there, I said to them, I said, well, where's all your workers? And they said, well, we're getting all of our seats out of China. And I said, well, you've got about 2 years before your job's going to be gone. And they looked at me kind of crazy, like, and hell, that was 20 years ago. So how Trump's going to get all this stuff straightened out so quickly, I don't know. And I think he's kind of, I was trying to think the term they used to use. But anyway, he's forcing the season.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my real criticism of Trump. It's not meant negative. You mentioned Tim Walz. Was he the guy that ran for vice president?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I'm not sure if he ran, he was, so whatever his position there was, and I can't recall, I don't know if he was a member of the House or the Senate, or he would have had to step aside to run for vice president, wouldn't he?
In some states, but in other states not. But the reason I mention him, America dodged a bullet because we had a person that could have put an end to that whole George Floyd thing. Remember, he was governor of Minnesota, if I have the right person. He did not explain about George Floyd and Derek Chauvin were security guards at the same club. He didn't explain about George Floyd being a career criminal in Texas and somehow was allowed to come to Minnesota, and that George Floyd had done the exact same thing a year before in another locality. He had swallowed a boatload of pills. They never did figure out about the counterfeit currency. And George Floyd, if he was caught with drugs, then he was going back to jail. And somehow, before Derek Chauvin put his knee on his back, they had him in a cruiser, and he was going rather odd, crazy or whatever, and they didn't explain how he got back out of that cruiser. I mean, there's so much stuff that as governor of Minnesota, he could, that Walz could have said, we're taking over the investigation. Here's what we're going to be investigating. And we wouldn't have had the summer of love. And during the summer of love, Kamala Harris was bailing all the offenders out of jail, and they started that defund the police thing. So, there's no question that anybody that voted for them needs their head examined. But, as you've seen last night, we have a lot of senile and juvenile people in Congress. Well, I guess the night before last, but
right.
But I mean, I can't believe how they all acted during Trump's speech and everything else. I mean, There's a total lack of decorum and respect. And the deal with Musk and Tesla, remember they had some bad accidents with Tesla on the self-driving part.
And they've got
I
several.
think that's what really.
And there's several ongoing investigations into that right now.
Right. So I think that was really the big problem with the Tesla. But they, we've tried electric vehicles many times in this country, and it seems like they can never quite get them. They do hold a lot of promise. I kind of played around with it for a little while there, but my son and I, but we never did really get it off the. We never got past the golf cart stage. I'll just put it like that. But anyway, the big thing is, as we're looking at this trade war and all this stuff, this stuff has been going on like clear back in the 80s, as far as electric vehicles. And in the 90s, Bill Clinton did the exact same thing that Donald Trump is trying to do to make the government more efficient. And Bill Clinton was sued, said he can't, you can't shut down these different agencies and everything else. But here's where the rub comes in. It's like the president is the executive. The president's supposed to make sure the money's authorized by Congress is well spent. You just mentioned those federal buildings. I don't know if they still have them occupied or what. But my Lord, if you go to a federal building, any state building anymore, you're going to have to do a search. They got a deputy there or somebody or whatever. So their cost of operations are more than just a regular building. So, and the other thing is, whenever I've seen that they've had to bring some of the CDC people back because some of them were working on some critical research projects, and they had to tell the people, hey, send them an email today and said, hey, we need you to come back immediately. Ignore, the cuts or whatever. So there's a way to go about doing it, and you don't hurt yourself in the long run. So that's the only thing I'm saying. Trump just needs to kind of slow down and remember he was voted to lower inflation and secure the border and make the streets safer and cut down on foreign wars. And in an odd way, he might be, getting close to a peace situation there around the world.
Yeah.
And
right now, I guess we could say, you could say, 2 out of 3 right now. The border is definitely more secure, making progress on, quote, potentially ending wars. At this particular moment in time, the cost of living, not going to be, at the moment, it ain't going to be going down. I guess his latest, it's going to be some short-term pain, but bear with me, trust me, it'll be a whole lot better. Tim Walz, okay, governor, that was it, governor of Minnesota. So I'm thinking, well, as a governor of a state, being potentially directly impacted, whether it's going to be a 25% tariff on the juice coming in for his people or the threat of electricity being cut off, who's authorized to speak? He's the governor of the state, so I think he's in that category, I would assume. Hey, quick timeout. We'll return after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, we like to call it Friday Eve, but it's Thursday, and the Thursday edition of Interesting Facts. Now, according to the Dingbat, it's been a very windy day there. So windy, in fact, I saw the Wicked Witch of the West fly east. All right, we start off with birthdays on this date. In 1475, the sculptor and painter Michelangelo was born. 1923, the Tonight Show sidekick and host of Star Search, Ed McMahon, was born. And finally, 1906, comedian actor Lou Costello, born on this day. Today is National Frozen Food Day. It is National Oreo Day. How about National White Chocolate Cheesecake Day? I'll take 2 whole cakes with strawberries on top, please. It is National Name Tag Day. It is National Dentist Day. How ironic with the cheesecake and Oreos. Okay, it's National No Homework Day. And finally, it's National Report General Service Administration Fraud Day. Okay. How ironic. All right, what happened on this date in history? So here we go. In 1774, King George III charges colonists in the Boston Tea Party. 1854, Charles Miller patents the sewing machine. 1876, Alexander Graham Bell receives a patent for the telephone on this date. 1929, Noel Wine is the first to make a non-stop flight from the United States to Asia. 1955, Peter Pan, broadcast live on NBC, sets a record for 65 million viewers. Wow. And on, of course, 1955, population in the U.S., that's almost like every television was watching the same thing. 1965, Alabama state troopers and 600 protesters clash in Selma, Alabama, which later became known as Bloody Sunday. And finally, 1967, Teamsters President Jimmy Hoffa begins an 8-year prison sentence for defrauding the union and jury tampering. this date in history. Some very interesting things there. You are right there, Brain Dead. Which one topped the list for you? Jimmy Hoffa? 844-844-3388. Morning, blind man. How we doing?
Good morning, Steve. I want to talk about SpaceX a little bit. I know NASA did some good work, and one of the things that really helped me is when I had the prostate cancer and they were taking pictures, and I overheard the doctor telling the nurse the same technology that was used to enhance the pictures coming back from the flybys of Mars and Venus can be applied medically. So he's looking at the cancer from all different types of angles to see how to attack it. Now, I wonder if SpaceX will have spin-off products that I will be interested in. I think my all-time favorite spin-off was serendipity. NASA was experimenting with a chemical for battery in a balloon, and the chemical, when thawed out, it turned a different color. So somebody got the bright idea, hey, why don't we put this chemical in a little tiny baggie on the frozen food, and if it turns red, we know it's been thawed out and can't be used. So that was my favorite serendipity spin-off. So anyway, I'm just curious about, has there been any spin-off products from SpaceX?
And that I do not have an answer to. Not that I'm aware of at this point, blind man.
Yeah, but I always looked forward to having the spin-off books read to me. And there's one woman, after reading it to me as a volunteer, she said, I changed my mind about the space program. There were so many good things in there. And
wow.
She told me she had a jacket that was made out of the space suit, and it kept her warm in the wintertime.
Well, we've actually, we got a lot of things we use in our everyday lives. Yeah, it came out of the NASA, the space program. Of course, freeze-dried ice cream. That was nasty. It was a treat as a kid, but freeze-dried ice cream, Tang, Teflon, right? All kinds of stuff that we've come up with, but all right, got about a minute before news break. What do we got here? 844-844-3388. I've heard this before over the years. I guess, they're confirming. If you're going to have a surgery, someone told me many years ago, don't do a elective surgery on a Monday. Because everyone that's got sick from Friday evening, they come into the hospital Saturday, Sunday, and they're all stacked and packed waiting for their surgeries when the new week starts. So Monday, horrible day. Do an elective surgery any day other than that. But they also said, don't do a Friday. All the doctors, we're all human. I don't care if you're a brain surgeon. Everybody kind of want to finish up the week and get the weekend started. If you're facing surgery on a Friday, you may want to consider rescheduling, according to the new study. What have we learned? All right, hang on. We'll take more coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the Trump administration over recent DOGE cuts. Hosting a town hall with other attorneys general in Phoenix tonight, Mays spoke about the lawsuits filed.
Not because we don't think that reform or efficiency are needed in federal government. I don't think there's a single American in this country who thinks the federal government is working exactly the way it should. But reform should be done lawfully.
She said changes must be made through legal and democratic processes and not through reckless and unilateral actions. Vice President J.D. Vance visited the Mexican border in Texas today. Vance says the U.S. will use military to take on drug cartels.
The drone technology that the cartels are using requires, unfortunately, a military response and military support.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, hello to Rick in Columbus. Hope you're doing well. Are you getting kind of anxious for baseball, Major League Baseball opening day? Go Reds. right, hello to 5-7. What you got going on? He says, all right, liberal judges shooting down Trump's attempts to cut the fat. Congress needs to go to work, passing what regulations that need to happen so the president can cut. The House of Representatives could hold funding. Well, interesting that you'd bring that up, 5-7, because that was a hot topic this past day on Capitol Hill. Elon Musk actually arrived in Capitol Hill, and he learned about something new. It's called budget rescissions, a rather obscure legislative tool that could bring legal heft to his budget-slashing efforts and enshrine these cuts into law. He joined a lunch meeting with Republican senators just hours after the Supreme Court had issued a bit of a setback to the efforts to freeze $2 billion in foreign aid funds as part of the shutdown of USAID. As he opened the private session, Musk led with a message urging Congress to do something. So they sit down over plates of fried catfish. Senators explained how the White House could put these billions of dollars of savings he's amassed into what's called a budget rescissions package. Send it to Congress for a vote to rescind the funding. They say Musk seemed thrilled. He was so happy, according to Lindsey Graham, who was chairman of the Senate Budget Committee. Among those championing this effort, he said he didn't know. The proposal introduced a potential next phase for the DOGE department, and it's at an important time. The administration is fighting in court and in the court of public opinion over the budget cuts tearing through the federal government. Yeah, the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress eager to show voters that DOGE's actions are more than just headlines of job losses and disruptions, but real savings that his team is rooting out waste, fraud, abuse to help our staggering $2 trillion annual deficit. It also comes as the courts are looking skeptically at the legality of some of the administration actions, and as lawmakers' town halls are being overrun by protesters asking for answers, as tens of thousands of federal workers are losing their jobs. Senate Majority Leader John Thune kind of half joked that he was a little worried after Musk gave out his cell phone number for senators to call him with any concerns. I thought, okay, his phone's going to start blowing up. He might want to change his number. Senators said Musk's aide, Katie Miller, would be setting up a direct line they can use to call with any questions or problems about these cuts. Senator Josh Hawley said senators seem to be asking for just better communication, wanting to know what's going to happen next. Hawley said, I don't know that anyone at the White House knows what's going to happen next. He said Musk's team seems to just kind of go from one thing to the next. It was Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky who actually introduced the idea of using budget rescissions during that lunch meeting. To make it real, to make it go beyond the moment of the day, it needs to come back in the form of a rescissions package, he said. Now, he's more of a libertarian leading senator, has long stood one of the most persistent budget hawks in the Senate. He routinely votes against federal spending bills. He said he's actually planning to oppose the federal funding package that's expected next week, that's needed to prevent a federal government shutdown when money expires on March 14. But Paul said he explained to Elon that after the morning Supreme Court ruling, the administration should drop its plans to claw back federal funds through what's called impoundments. Yeah, the courts don't seem to be inclined to accept the legal arguments being presented challenging the Nixon-era Impound Control Act. He said, my message to Elon was, let's get over the impoundment idea. Let's send it back as a rescission. Yeah, Senator said it's not clear how big the packages could be, but Paul suggested several packages of at least $100 billion in federal cuts, and no word on how soon they might push ahead with any voting if the White House actually sends them to the Capitol. Okay, now Musk has said he envisioned that Doge can save some $1 trillion in the federal government this year alone. Maybe lofty ideas, I don't know. Let's get back to, well, there's Knucklebuster. Yes, morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I got my blowed out tire replaced. Didn't take them but 3 hours. It cost the company to pay me more than what it costs to get a dismount done. Well, that's how I deal with it, and I will too. It must have been Sundance in there when I got there, because he told me he was a lease driver, and he was arguing with that Love's employee over the price of that high-dollar tire. And I just said, well, y'all just tear one week, and you won't have to worry about it. That's what we do. We got a 115 truck. We keep spare tire on the back there, so that way you don't have to pay that $500-600 for a tire. But he kicked somebody off, Steve, because they set a big piece of metal up there in front of his steer tire. When he woke up and tried to drive off, it blew that high-dollar steer tire out. So, well, I don't know. Wasn't me, because he was already in there when I got there. So, Simplify, shout out to Truck and Field. Y'all buy some Seville product, some Hot Shot Secret product, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive product there too. So, well, I understand that all of Florida is super concerned about Justin Trudeau's comment about the Canadians are not coming down there for vacation. Well, they were thrilled. See, that's please be right, what I read.
Wow.
And you see that photo of Nancy Pelosi? What the hell was she drinking out of that cane she had on her last night there? That cane was all the way up to her lips.
Kind of wonder. She have a little straw attached to that, maybe?
Yeah. Yep. Made me wonder, so I just laughed at it. Well, that's all of my bull on it for today. Y'all have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers, and we'll put the spoke on you on that. Well, this was a totally terrific Tuesday, but we'll have a great, thank God it's Friday tomorrow. So
TG.
Have a great day, Mr. Steve.
Thank you much. All right, anybody got a surgery scheduled for tomorrow? I mentioned Fridays, and people who undergo surgery just before the weekend, they say, have a significantly increased risk of death and complications. The report just released this week says this weekend effect occurred across 25 common procedures representing multiple surgical specialties. Patients who underwent surgery immediately preceding the weekend had a significantly increased risk of complications, readmissions, and mortality compared to those treated after the weekend. It's important for healthcare systems to assess how this phenomenon may impact their practices to ensure that patients receive excellent care regardless of what the day is. Hospitals and healthcare teams, systems tend to operate with skeleton crews over the weekend, leading to concerns that patients are more likely to receive worse care on Saturday and Sunday. This is commonly referred to as the weekend effect. It might also apply to people undergoing surgery immediately before the weekend who will be in the hospital recuperating after the procedure. They analyzed data on nearly 430,000 patients who underwent surgery dating back from 2007 to 2019. Results showed people who underwent surgery prior to the weekend had a higher risk of death at 30 days, at a 9% increase, 10% increase at 90 days, and 12% at 1 year compared to surgeries performed after the weekend. Pre-weekend surgical patients also fared worse on a composite score combining death, complications, and the need for rehospitalization. In addition to reduced personnel, there's also other reasons hospitals might provide worse care close to the weekend. More junior surgeons with fewer years of experience operate on Friday compared with Monday. And doctors working the weekend have less access to more senior colleagues and specialists. Weekend teams may be less familiar with the patients than the weekday team previously managing care. Doctors might also have less access to tests and scans that could better help guide their treatment of the patients. Okay, interesting stuff. But all right, see what Pup has going on this morning. What's happening, Pup?
Oh, we're out here running on pucker power right now, bud.
What do you got?
I was listening to the Lima airport up there, and the further north you go, the higher the wind gusts are. They were saying wind gusts was 61 miles an hour.
I think this whole multi-day event, I think this morning we've been dealing with the strongest winds I've seen all week. I mean, I can hear the winds howling outside the bunker.
Oh yeah. And, down there in Kentucky, it was snowing and raining and everything. I got a nice sheet of ice all over this truck. But I believe it was Daryl that was asking you about that power plant. There is steam that comes out of all of those stacks, whatever they're doing over there. I believe it's still all up and all fully operational.
Okay.
And as far as that Walz goes, he didn't violate the Logan Act because he's the governor. He didn't have to relinquish that. He's still the governor of Minnesota, and he was pretty much talking to like the governor of Ontario.
Gotcha.
Now, to violate the Logan Act, he would have to talk to, like Trudeau and make a deal with him or something like that. But then I want to a lot of times I like the hearing talk and stuff, but I got to take issue with Vic, because I like the way Trump's going in there with the rock'em sock'em idea, and he's got to remember that President Reagan didn't get things turned around all at once. It's easy to get inflation. It's hard to bring it back down. But he'll do it, and he's using this tariff stuff as a bargaining chip. And once they get that, they got to keep that oil around $55 to $60 a barrel for our guys to be interested doing it. That way they get a profit. Because remember, when it goes down below $48 a barrel, then
they start
it's not worth it.
They start capping the wells. Yep.
Right. Yep. So, but that's all I had for you this morning, Steve. And, for Victor, blind man, Musk is more into the transportation stuff, but he's come up with innovative stuff, like Starlink and that chip that goes in people's brains for paralyzation and stuff like that. So he makes his own contributions. So, other than that, Steve, been a good show, and I'm going to put the other hand back on the steering wheel now. So we'll talk at you later.
All right. Safe travels out there, pup. And we'll return the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
FreightWaves update in regards to some of our listening friends drive for these carriers. Regional LTL carrier A. Dewey Pyle is pushing westward with plans for several service centers in Ohio, even as it retains a long-standing agreement with another LTL carrier that had allowed it to serve customers in the Buckeye State. The chief operating officer for the company's LTL operations noted that the company, which recently celebrated its centennial, had always been focused on the Northeast. Back in 2023, an interview with FreightWaves, he said the LTL carrier was going to stay focused on the Northeast. In the same way, A. Dewey Pyle has serviced customers on the eastern seaboard south of the Mason-Dixon line through a partnership with LTL carrier Southeastern Freight Lines. Since 2003, A. Dewey Pyle has had an agreement with Dayton Freight Lines to serve Ohio. The arrangement only allowed Pyle to serve an Ohio customer on a 2-day basis. That's not enough in today's world, they say. So ADP, that's A. Dewey Pyle's. ADP's bigger footprint in Ohio will bring new facilities, despite his comments that in 2023, expanded freight facilities in West Virginia and Virginia in Southeastern's territory. Well, that was going to be the last expansion in the network, he said at the time. Now, Pyle does have a service center in Streetsboro, Ohio, a suburb of Cleveland, But that's been our gateway into the Dayton network. An expansion into Ohio with the heavy industrial base seems like it would have been a natural move a long time ago. And beyond the relationship it had or has had with Dayton Freight. But Luciani said the company needed to grow a larger base in its home markets before we could do such an expansion. In 2010, we had 13 terminals. By the end of the second quarter, we will have 34. We weren't really ready to assimilate Ohio before, but now we are. The most recent opening was mid-January's a terminal in Erie, Pennsylvania. He said the reason we're going west is because we need to. We need to expand our direct overnight service into Ohio. Now, A. Dewey Pyle is at a kind of a competitive disadvantage out of the Mid-Atlantic and into Ohio when you look at the competition. He cited LTL carrier Pitt, Ohio as an example. We extended our territory to better serve customers, reinforcing our commitment to provide the fastest, most reliable transit lines in the market. Now, they decided to make its move into the state with a network of terminals by seeing how it could maybe expand its partnership with Dayton Freight. But ultimately, A. Dewey Powell concluded the juice just wasn't worth the squeeze, as he put it. He said ADP had worked with Dayton for a year to collaborate on various operational means of improving transit times via the existing networks. In the end, we both agreed that the most efficient way was to open physical facilities. We talked to Dayton about creative ways to provide overnight service into Columbus, Toledo, and Cincinnati. When a workable arrangement could not be reached, Pyle decided to expand through their own terminals in Ohio. At the same time, he said, Dayton was looking to push east into Pennsylvania. He said the current level of freight exchanged between Pyle and Dayton Freight's about 500 shipments per day. The exchange between Southeastern Freight's network's about 800 shipments per day. So if it sounds like the formula for a rupture in a relationship, Luciani said it wasn't. They are a long-term strategic partner. I don't see that changing. Now, Pyle Freight shipments that need to go further west than Ohio into, say, Michigan or Indiana, for example, could still tap into the Dayton network, which has facilities in those states where Luciani said we can provide second-day service through the partnership. So interesting, LTL developments in the industry. With that, hey, hello, good morning to Steve in Columbus. He said, I won't be calling the show a lot. People have been asking about Butch and Sonny Williams, the astronauts. Shared the video of them giving the press conference this past day. All right, and we wrap things up here. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but